Okay, it's live. I did. No? Okay. Hello. Hello. Do. Hello. So, are you seeing Luca? Can you hear me? What? Of the hangout, you mean? I didn't realize that. So I guess we're good then, right? I checked the levels on the camera. It seems to be getting the same levels. So all set? All right, okay.
I hear there are buttons down here. The pronoun buttons?
Possibly, not know. I don't think I even know.
Yeah. So just wanted like he, him, and they, them, and I found a they, them at least.
Yeah.
And I think that they want all of them.
Oh, no. It's just that.
And I think I have one in my room that's a he, him, so I can just go out. Everybody knows I don't know this point. I'll pass it along. Thank you. Oh,
Yeah, I would have to say, but.
just a little bit, yeah.
Okay, but before we've been here 4 days, so yeah. We've been here 4
It
days.
was like-
Day 3 for the participants.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
We got it.
And there's something really funny. I know it's you by your walk. The sound of your walk. Swoop coming. Oh, did you hear the amazing news?
What?
We're doing the team meeting over supper.
I did, yeah.
I was like, ah!
God.
So we're 3
cut everyone's hair. It's not a hairstyle.
Sound like a rage, like, why cut everyone's hair? Fuck you.
Not even in a bad way. Like I'm down, so I've got my scissors. Everyone always wants a haircut, and they're gonna end up cutting each other's hair. And I hate it when you do that. Right here.
Jeremy said, are you still okay with the video stuff, like just filling a distance shot video? Everyone.
There it is. What do I get? Okay, I can add that.
And visual imagery. Oh, I guess there's some viewers in Hollywood for a concert.
Yeah.
That, no, you just told me he was walking around our streets and
And then you
fixing
said-
babies.
And then you said, why was he there? And I was like, I guess because he has a concert.
Oh, so that was that, sorry.
He was making away at that point. We were in Collier, shops right now, and we're gonna get tattoos afterwards. Like,
Yeah.
we bonded so much over the day, and we matching tattoos.
Like Holly Holly?
I bet they're not.
I had a feeling when you mentioned. Our family, Gingerbread feels like a new animal and it's done to a picture of the family. And my life is only used is more.
We can fight for the rest of the season.
And grandma's are like, in the process.
Is he still at the time?
No, I don't care. I had to verbalize my final message. So when Fear Beauty added me on Facebook, I'm slowly getting more friendly.
When we do.
Yeah, okay.
It was like midnight last night, and I got one, and I was like, yeah, okay. And then.
Yeah, I just start showing up on their stuff. Okay. You're funny yet? You would have rather him?
Even like, kind of like,
Talk to me about it.
because I left it unanswered, and then we had like some money day, and we brought it up, and it's like, we won't be having it, so we need to go after this happening. Like, what should we do? I can only do that with them. Say that's not true, but I just like, I don't care, I don't want to be an admin on these pages.
I'll keep having him post it out. I posted one, so then, hey, I'm trying to get okay. Whatever. You can be sharing home. Then once I put in having a job, that I do. Okay, so 5 minutes for them people. I guess I'll just make this Twitter. And it's average life goals. And it's actually so cute. So my first I was like, what? The dick on this average. Like this kitchen.
Oh God,
I'm
I
like,
love that.
so real.
I need to find this right now.
Yeah. Mm. I'm really so real. And photos of sunset. Oh, it's you! Wait. Again. Yeah, I would be like, no way.
The whole time I was talking to you, that
Yeah.
I was like,
But it's like, yeah, really. Oh, wow. You're the main one, then they went to the UK, and then TY. I also have a look into improving treatment to film with 6%, she's on 6%. Oh, it says no tweets. What do you mean no tweets? Unfollow. Shane likes 35 tweets. I went to the UK one, because if you just look up average life goals, they found plenty. Average life goal, no, that's Future holiday home. Imagine this patio.
Imagine pulling up for the party.
One of these.
Haven't tweeted in years.
Account is alive and well, and just has to do with the end of it. I don't know, there's still only like 4. People making parody accounts and fucking abandoning them. Done. Can't, we're gonna cancel the joke set. Here. There's a lot of people just waiting outside.
Oh no, I lost the marker in the square. Oh no, it's gone.
And making her watch a video that I did for a project for your university.
Are you watching?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
making her watch a video that I did for your university.
Oh, I see. Thanks, I go with you.
I'm gonna be live tweeting. Are you okay with photos?
Use your judgment. Yeah, like.
No, that's not what I was saying. I was just saying, like, I'm gonna make you, like, are you kidding? You always look great. I'm not even kidding. I actually, like. I don't know.
No, if you're. If you look around, the way
Yeah, I thought you meant to say next week, I was like, I don't want
They just Instagram. They just
I don't like it. It's not the difference, it's just. It's like, and it was like,
Oh, I'm beautiful. I don't show my notes, and like I don't. I'm one of the people who's like in class takes notes religiously, but like any other time. Yeah, I'm so proud of myself when I just started with them.
Yeah, you know, we don't. I'm actually trying to practice. But I heard them.
What? Doesn't matter where we sit. I know, and they told me like we were talking about and I was like, I don't really put the schedule. Oh no. I'm very good. I mean, I don't understand. I think there's.
And also, I'm going to be speaking in today's presentation. If there's something I said that you feel like you want me to repeat, please just put your hand up and let me know, and I'll say it again in English. I would be happy to do that for everyone. And so, yeah.
Everyone has things to take notes with, if you need them. We'll write some notes on the board as we go, so like key points if that's helpful. So yeah, to start, basically everything I said last time on the keynote still stands. I think it's really important that we just have a really open environment. I do like a lot of discussion. I didn't realize this workshop was going to be this full. I'm used to like smaller groups and circles and like talking, so there is a lot of information. Still feel free to add things, ask questions, and we will ask for some examples and things like that. Just to warn everybody though, we might be talking about some like pretty sensitive issues. I'm going to be giving some examples of like actual oppressive behavior that I have called out or not called out. So we will be talking about things like sexism and racism and transphobia. So if you do need to leave the room, feel free. Also, if you need to like stand up and move around or like go to a different place, like also feel free. This space is all of ours, so just like make yourself comfortable and do whatever you need to focus and participate. So once again, we wanted to do a land acknowledgement as well and recognize that this is taking place on unceded Indigenous territory. Again, I forgot which one it is. So used to it is another one. And I also thought it was really important to acknowledge a lot of people who have given me this knowledge, particularly because many of those people are queer people of color who I have worked with, and a lot of my emotional growth and knowledge around these topics and many other topics comes from people that, like Kyle, who used to work for CCDSC, and I worked with another Cassie, as well as Leon, Gabriel Castelou, all queer people of color who I really value, and I wanted to thank openly in this context.
Comme je disais, un tantôt, moi, je remercie beaucoup de gens de l'universitaire, mais ça marche tout le monde au centre et
So to start, I wanted to mention a few examples of like successes and failures in calling people out in my life, and Milan has some examples as well. So the first sort of category I wanted to address is my success. So calling somebody out in a way that was productive for both of us, and it ended up working out really well because I handled it well. So my example was one that happened the other day. I was talking to my boyfriend. I don't even remember in what context we were watching a movie, and he mentioned how he thought ADHD didn't exist. And I thought that was really problematic. There are a lot of people in my life who deal with ADD and ADHD, and it is a really serious issue that affects them and is often ignored because people engage in this discourse about like, oh, it's just given to problem children so that the teachers can ignore them. And I think what my boyfriend was trying to express was more of a displeasure with the way that it dealt with in school systems, in the psychiatric system, and not so much that it didn't exist. I felt that was really devaluing the experiences of people who did have ADD and have struggled with it. So I addressed that, and we very calmly discussed it. I said, I think you're using the wrong words, and when you're appropriating the language of a discourse, and that discourse is the majority, you're oftentimes feeding into it. So if you're using the same language, like it's just an excuse, it's a cop out, things like that, you're feeding into that discourse rather than if it's a marginalized discourse, then you might be minimizing that and marginalizing it further by misusing that discourse. So that went really well because I was able to engage in a really calm discussion about it and bring up all the issues and have it be very back and forth. The other category I wanted to address was something that was their success. So I might not have always done it in the right way, but they took it really well. And my example for that one is my coworker Cameron. You've probably seen him walking around. He's got little tuft of blue hair. He's adorable. And in every context I've ever called him out, whether it's like using the wrong words or maybe like not an appropriate activity or something, he's always been really, really, really graceful. Whether I've been like really emotional and not done it in the right way, or if I've done it really well, he's always super receptive to that and really puts his defenses down and thanks me and says, that's fair, I'll think about that. And I think that's a really valuable skill and one that he is like very, very strong in, is just being able to accept that critique and think about it and move forward and hopefully learn something from it.
Yeah. And for those who just walked in, if I'm saying something in French and you want me to repeat in English, just raise your hand, you know. Donc, je trouve ça assez facile avec ma petite cousine que j'ai mentionnée l'autre jour, d'adresser des choses avec elle. Donc, une fois, donc, I guess qu'il y a un gars à son école qui a acheté le Kylie Jenner lipstick. C'est quelqu'un de notre job, je suis comme, okay, désolée. Oui, caché comme un Kylie Jenner lipstick. Puis au début, ils sont comme, ouais, comme, il y a le Kylie Jenner lipstick. Je suis comme, ben, si tu veux porter du make-up, comme, c'est dérange-tu? Puis comme, non. Fait que, comme, on a continué à en parler. J'ai juste posé des questions pour voir, comme, pourquoi ça lui dérangeait. Turns out, elle aurait vraiment aimé avoir le Kylie Jenner lipstick. Fait que c'est comme, j'aime souvent explorer avec elle pour qu'elle puisse vraiment découvrir elle-même pourquoi les choses, peut-être, ça lui dérange. Je trouve que ça marche très bien. Puis comme de là, moi, je peux dire comment, tu sais, comme moi aussi, des fois, je trouve que ça aide beaucoup to relate avec la personne. Désolée, ça qui arrive parce que je passe ma journée à faire mon vie. C'est ça. Donc, ça serait une bonne chose. Une fois que moi, j'ai pas été super à caller out quelqu'un, c'est comme sur Facebook. Des fois, je vais dire quelque chose, puis comme tu sais, le soir, je suis vraiment fatiguée, puis je vais dire une chose. Quelqu'un qui avait fait un post, puis le post disait, le post is on my get, and it was, today can be a great day if you choose to not be a miserable cow. Ouais. So, j'ai juste écrit, that feels ridiculous. Puis comme j'ai pas rien dit, j'ai pas contacté la personne, j'ai continué, je suis partie. Fait que finalement, la personne, elle vient à répondre quelque chose d'assez passif, qui était comme, yeah, and it's also offensive to livestock. So, j'étais comme, they didn't handle it well, je l'ai pas bien handlé, fait que j'ai pas prendre le temps, comme j'ai pris le temps de comme me relaxer, parce que j'étais fâchée pour comme 2 jours à propos de ça, puis j'étais comme, non. Fait que finalement, quand je me suis calmée, j'ai envoyé un message, je suis comme, hey, je pensais à comme notre échange sur ta photo, puis je vais enlever son pas discuter parce que j'ai pensé que peut-être ça m'allait interpréter ce que moi j'ai dit. Finalement, une discussion, c'est comme à la fin, ça n'allait pas être positif, mais au début, c'était comme non, j'ai pas fait la même chose.
So we then kind of went into that sort of failures category, and I have a very similar one to that, but like a real life example rather than just over Facebook. I basically did that, but like in real life. So I was working at a coffee shop at the time, and I went into the back to get a big bag of coffee, and I was walking past a coworker who said to work at Target. And what I did was just, I was walking past and I shouted, ableist language, and I kept walking. So I didn't address it with him. I didn't say anything other than that, and I don't think that was very helpful to him, particularly considering the person that he was. My other example is also with that particular coworker. And I think he definitely had a lot of room for growth, but I could have addressed it in a much more sensitive and supportive way. But my other example with that coworker, we were talking, he was moving to a different store and wanted me to come to his going away party, but I had already scheduled something that night with a friend. He was badgering me about it and saying, oh, I can't believe you're not coming. And I said, well, I already made plans with my friend Elliot. And he said, oh, you're ditching me for a boy? And I said, actually, Elliot's a girl. But yeah, like I already made these plans 2 weeks ago. And he was like, oh my God, like I can't believe somebody's parents would name a girl Elliot. I just think that's so like inhumane. And he was like starting to go on about it. And I just stopped him and said, Rob, I don't want to have this discussion with you. I know that I'm just going to get upset and offended by something you say. And I would just rather we end it here. So I feel like in that context, I probably dealt with it as well as I could. It was going to get heated if it went any further. So I just said, I would rather not have this discussion because I'm going to get upset and it's going to go forward. He took me into the back later, like asked me to come talk to him, and then was like, I can't believe you told me that you didn't want to have that discussion with me, and got really offended by the fact that I shut the discussion down before it went there, and then started getting into like, how could you call me sexist, and like, it was just really, really ridiculous, and escalated really, really far, and I think a lot of that was on him, and he had a lot of room for growth from that, and recognizing that he could have asked questions, he could have apologized, but instead he just like escalated it further. Then the other.
Oh no, should I go to the mic or?
Oh,
No, it does
no,
not.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, that if, I think that if you have to yell, like, I'm not racist, I'm not sexist, I'm not homophobic, you should probably like reevaluate if you're actually sexist, homophobic, blah, blah, blah. But if you respond well and you're like, oh shit, I know that we live in a society where these are like the norms, these are the standards, and maybe I am being racist, maybe I am being sexist. Okay, I'll change my ways. That is a great way to respond to being called out.
Yeah, like pull a camera and be like, oh, okay. I'll
Yeah, thank you.
take that.
Yeah, thank you for telling me that. Yeah.
Now we're gonna make our turn. Pull the camera. Respond well. And then the other ones would be more neutral ones. So
I think playing
this
a
is where
camera is
you might-
singing.
What?
I think playing a camera is singing. Sorry.
True.
You're like, thanks. So the other one would be more of a neutral outcome. So discussing it and addressing it, but not really coming to any sort of like agreement or necessary growth. So one example I have for that, I was dating somebody and he would use the word crazy, not a lot, but when he did, I would say, you know, I think that's ableist and I'd rather not say that. And we got into a big discussion about it. And it was like super, super long. And I just said, ultimately, like, I wouldn't call everybody out for using this word. But the fact is, like, knowing my struggles with mental health and like marginalization I have faced due to having psychotic illness, this is something that hurts me on a personal level and makes me feel like you might not respect my struggles with mental health and my experiences. So the only reason I'm saying something is because we're close and because I want to feel safe around you. I would rather you not use language that makes me feel unsafe. And he understood that part, but still didn't totally grasp why he should not use the word crazy. He understood the history. I did explain that. We kind of went about it in all the right ways, but the only thing that really deterred him from using that word was recognizing that it might be hurtful to me, or might distance him from me. It wasn't necessarily, oh, you're right, like that is potentially oppressive. So it was kind of a neutral outcome in that respect. I don't think that he came away with like a greater understanding of the oppression and mentally ill people face. But I don't think either that he was like really resistant or bad about it. And then the last kind of category I have is not doing anything at all. So there are a lot of times where we might not know how to respond. We're not sure if we should say anything. It might not feel like a safe environment to do so. And sometimes it just takes us aback and we just like wish we acted. And my example comes from a few days ago, actually. I think it was the day before I left for the conference. My coworker at the salon and also a hairstylist. One of my coworkers at the salon, one of the new stylists, was telling me about somebody she used to work with, somebody she ran into once who said she was rude. And she said, and that person was Black, and so she had more attitude than Istanbul. And first of all, that makes no sense. And second of all, insinuating that like all Black people have like a lot of attitude and are sassy was like pretty offensive. But I was like really confused by the statement, and it was just like, really quick in passing, like it just really didn't make any sense, and I wasn't sure if I should say them. I knew I should say something, but I hardly knew what to say. But I wish I had, because in that context, like as somebody within the beauty industry, no less, like in the salon industry, it's super, super segregated. Like there were people I went to hair school with who cried when they had to do a black woman's hair. It's really separated, and like I've seen maybe one black person in my salon ever. So there's a ton of racism, and it's like really excused a lot of the time. Nobody says anything, and nobody feels self-conscious about it because there are all white people around. So I should have said something. I should have been that person and not perpetuated that within the beauty industry and within the salon, but I didn't say anything. So I don't think that that was productive.
Yeah, it's just reminding me of like an experience that I had where I was sitting in class and the guy that I was talking to, we started talking about like eyebrows and people doing their eyebrows. And then he said something that confused me so much that I didn't know what to say. He said, "Yeah, I don't really pluck my eyebrows or anything because then people would think I was cramped." And I was like, "What? Since when is like?" And I was just so confused. And then developing, so I really didn't have an opportunity to like say anything. And also, I was trying to like figure out how that made any sense in my head. And so then like I was never able to like follow up on it and stuff. So yeah, it's just the point where I wish I had said something, maybe ask him and like ask what do you mean by that, but like
Why? What do you
Yeah,
say?
yeah.
Why do you correlate these things?
yeah. And he wasn't necessarily like an ignorant person too much. Like he wasn't saying things to offend people.
Yeah,
It's not like he just like I really think he thought that that was a stereotype that people believe in. So yeah, just wish I had said
So we have about like 5 more minutes for this part of the discussion, and I wondered if people did want to share some other examples as well, fitting into those separate categories. So do we want to start with?
I have like my fair share of like time. It's just like a quick statement of times where like I've just been saying that and I'm just like personne a dit quelque chose et donc quoi? Qu'est-ce que tu as dit?
Yeah, c'est dur des fois, c'est ouais.
C'est ça.
Surtout quand que, comme personne dit quelque chose, des fois comme personne d'autre réagit, mais comme tu réagis à l'intérieur, puis c'est comme est-ce que je suis la seule personne qui réagit comme ça? Et si je dis quelque chose, est-ce que tu m'en vas commencer un cours de debate contre moi? C'est comme c'est ça, des fois c'est ça, comme la situation c'est dur des fois de savoir comme si ça vaut la peine pour ta propre comme santé mentale, ta propre émotion.
I don't know what category we fall into, but a college that like I think I learned a lot from was a few years ago when I started as a panel about inclusive language. So I was sending out a lot of emails into the community looking for speakers, and I was trying to find somebody to speak about the impact of like racist language, and I wanted somebody that could like speak to the impact and mindset of well in like history. So I sent a message to a prof at the university that had a experience, and I got an email back after I sent a generic email, and they were like, "How dare you like asking me to speak on behalf of like people of color and like to like is it like really like tokenizing and saying I don't think it was like a really long message, and I remember like in that moment I was so taken aback and I like took it so personally, but like after that like I had to like step back and like read it over and like read it over with people that I trust and that like are knowledgeable, and like I think although like that I fucked up, but like I learned a lot from it, and I learned a lot that like not only personally, but also like learning like which types of messages are like what things are like productive and what things aren't in college.
Before I start, I'll just give a quick little trick or two. It's like cis-normative language, mostly about like genitalia, but so it's another example of Facebook, and it's taught me that there's really not many ways to win on Facebook, especially when you're the one that's saying something and not someone saying something on your post.
Yeah.
But one of my former friends left the school that I attend, but they are self-identified Mennonists, and among other things, they're against Remembrance Day because they say it's like pro-war. Anyways, so this particular post was like supposed to be a satire on the common phrase, "I need feminism because I want to be treated equal to men," and that it had points about places where women were treated better than men. So the first one, not the main one, was that there's a higher rate of men in prison than there is women, and I was because there's more crime. Anyways, that wasn't the main one, but the main one was that it's legal to cut off my son's foreskin, but it's illegal to cut out my daughter's. Yeah, and that was the main. That was the main point of the post, and so I got into an argument about how those aren't even comparable things. That, but obviously, like they had a bunch of friends who were on the same page as them in this like community, and so I ended up getting a lot of people. And don't get in Facebook fights. They don't work ever.
Also, never read comments. Especially like when I'm with when I get really angry. But just on what you said, I found a really great post this morning, and what you said about like being treated equal as men or whatever. Found a post and it was, "I don't want to be equal to men. Men are not the standard of humanity. I want to live on my own terms, free from violence."
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, so before we move on to the next part of the discussion, did anyone have any successes they wanted to share? Successful colleges?
So basically, there was this test I was taking, and I noticed that someone was really, really blankly copying off my computer screen. So I turned the font really, really far up and said, "It's ridiculous that you're reading this, and if you are seeing this, how dare you?" Right? And then that person who read the thing, who was obviously cheating on me, later told someone else the story of how they saw this completely blatantly, and said that what I said was, "It's our word that you're reading this." And I was like, "What are you doing? Why are you putting those words in my mouth? And why are you even using that word? Do you know what that word means?"
Especially
I
such
sort of
words.
chewed them out a lot.
And how did it go?
It actually went pretty well. It turns out that they didn't really have a sense of what the history of the word was and why it was so offensive. They thought it was just like a term that was used.
So it was an opportunity where you could
It
tell
was an
them
opportunity,
that,
yeah.
and they were like, oh,
It worked pretty well. But I was pretty angry.
I'm gonna take one more.
Okay, I had already kind of promised you were there, so it's gonna be you. Yes.
Actually, like, I had a really statement that I wanted to ask and make a statement about the prior thing of like how to deal with oppressive language. So can I backtrack it a little bit? Okay, so trigger warning for this one would probably be mental health. I just didn't know what to do because I was like, I've had a few oppressive experiences towards my IEP and the mental health stuff by teachers actually. So one time, just because of what is in my IEP, and it kind of goes off what you said, like the history of like psychosis and schizophrenia and stuff. So the teacher actually told me that she didn't know if she wanted me to go on the field trip because she was to Toronto because she was afraid that I was gonna have a psychotic breakdown and put the rest of the class in danger. Wow. So she said that straight to me, and I just went to the bathroom and I started crying, and I just didn't know what to do. So how do you talk to somebody in a seat of authority about stuff like that? Because I didn't want to get in trouble with her because she's a teacher, but I just didn't know what to do.
Charlie, I'm glad you have your hand up because I was gonna say Charlie has things to say.
Oh, yeah, I've had a lot of shitty experiences with teachers saying things about gender or mental health and things like that. And the one thing is, it's okay to be upset about it, and I understand the context of like going to the bathroom and crying my eyes out, and try to like find support like where that is to vent to them before you go back and confront that person, because if you just immediately like go cry and then go back and confront that person, you're gonna end up screaming and then they're gonna not take you seriously at all, which sucks, because emotions are just this natural thing, but people don't like being yelled at, which is valid. So I'd say if you're really upset about something, I'd say go find someone who's okay with you like venting to them about how shitty the situation is, whether it's like a counselor or a friend or something, and then you can like work out what would be productive to say to that person, and then be like, okay, this is what I want to say. This is why it upsets me. This is why it's bad. Now I can go say it to this person. But it's okay to be upset in the first place, and don't feel like you have to confront it immediately. But it is okay if you go back with all these notes and you think you're fine and you start crying again, because that has happened to me so many times. But at least, even if you're crying then, at least you know what you want to say. You know? I
That's
hope that's
really,
a little helpful.
Absolutely. I think it's really hard to call it out in that minute when you are that upset, and that's a really, really violent thing to say to somebody. It's really hard to like calmly say, I don't think you actually know a lot about like mental illness and like what this looks like. And yeah, I would say that's really good advice. Just take a minute to collect yourself. If you do have an ally in that space, maybe reach out to them and say, hey, can you say something to this teacher? Maybe discuss it with them too if you feel like you might not be able to talk about it. But why I thought of Charlie immediately is like hearing some of Charlie's stories, like with teachers, it strikes me that a lot of them are not going to listen. There's a really direct power imbalance there that a lot of them feed into and try and perpetuate. Do you mind if I share something?
Could I?
Yeah.
Which one did you want me to share?
I was just thinking of the one where the teacher just like stopped you and was like, just so you know, we're not.
Yeah, oh my lord. Okay, yeah, some of you might have heard this. So basically, I had this opportunity to do a super quick Trans 101, which that's a whole other issue. But basically, afterwards, this teacher pulled me aside, and first of all, I was already, it's a long day, I was super anxious, I had a hair appointment in half an hour. So I sat down with her, and she's like, can I give you constructive criticism about your presentation? And I thought she was going to say, like, presentation format or how to talk in front of groups, and I was like, okay, sure. It's the naive little one I am. And so I sat down, and she says, I think that was really inappropriate of you to say that I am transphobic. And I like worked so hard as an ally. I even put a rainbow sticker up. Like, wow, you did so much.
So much work.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And basically, she goes on and on about how this was inappropriate, that was inappropriate, and blah blah blah. And but then I'm like in tears, and she's being like, she's totally like, oh, anyway, she says to me like, you can't expect to go up there and me treat you like have me treat you like an equal. And she's talking about that in the context of me being a student, but because we were talking about transphobia, I totally thought it was in the context of her saying because you are a trans person, and I think a little bit it was, and a little bit it was, yeah, a little bit because I was a trans person, I was telling her what is transphobic, and it's also because I am a student and she is a teacher, and that power imbalance makes her feel like she has more knowledge on everything, even if that is not her lived experience, and that was a really difficult thing. And so what I did to deal with this situation is I used my strategy where I went, pulled my eyes out, and then vented to some, like, quite a few people because that was an incredibly stressful situation. And then my plan was to come back with my GSA teacher, who's an amazing ally, and we had all these points, but I ended up going myself, and it just made it all worse. So if I had followed my own advice and actually went with my GSA teacher, it would have been a lot better. But
Yeah, and I think in that context too, you were really being tokenized as a student. Like they asked you to do this presentation, but didn't actually give you the time to do it. They were in this like, oh, it's this thing that our students can do for us for our staff meeting, but they didn't actually seem to care.
yeah,
So there was
they wanted to
like
check their ally checkbox.
Exactly. That power and difference was very clear in that teacher, as well as many of Charlie's teachers that I've interacted with. Seem to
I
just
have
have
more
this
stories
idea.
where that came from.
Well, like working in the education system, I see this time and time again. Like I've never had a problem student. I've only had problems teachers, and I always say that like I can spot those students.
Yeah, I've had ignorant teacher. I have had interactions with ignorant students, and ignorant teachers as well. But students most often respond with, "Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks." And teachers most often respond with like, I'm a
You
teacher,
don't know
tell
what
me
you're
what to
talking
do.
about, you're just crazy.
And
Yeah.
teachers will, students will engage with me, they'll ask questions, they'll try and understand what I'm saying, but I find teachers are, super resistant. I've had teachers like say like, oh, at one point a teacher said, they're not smart enough to understand what you're saying, you need to say it in like a simpler way, in front of her students, in front of the entire class group. So like, there are some teachers who are amazing and like should be teachers and are awesome, but there are a lot of teachers who want to maintain that power imbalance. And it strikes me that somebody would say something like that, might be one of those people. So it might be safer, like, if you feel it needs to be addressed, go to somebody else, like maybe find a social worker, a guidance counselor, somebody who can be supportive, but is in a different role than a student, somebody that teacher might see as like on the same plane as them. We do have to move on to the discussion though, if it's okay, unless anybody has any like direct comments. Yeah, so moving on to like actually how to deal with those situations. Some of the things that I wanted to address primarily is something I call growth support. So can anyone tell me like what is the point of calling somebody out on something?
So that they can grow and learn and not repeat that action in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
It is not an attack on the person necessarily, it is usually an attack on their language and their behavior.
Absolutely, exactly. Yeah, so it's not to make a person feel bad for saying what they said or doing what they did, and it's not to make yourself feel good as an ally and like pat yourself on the back. The point of calling somebody out is to make a change, to actually have some growth happen and learning happen, because we all do exist in this society that has really deeply ingrained systems of oppression. We all learn them, they're all in us, and so there are times when you'll even have to call yourself out, be like, oh, am I treating this person differently because of the color of their skin, or because they're trans feminine, or whatever. Like, you have to acknowledge those within yourself to be able to acknowledge it with other people. But that being said, there's really no point in doing it if you're not looking to actually see some growth. If you're just looking to make the person feel bad, don't bother, honestly. But that also means you need to be able to be prepared to provide that support. So the support for them to grow. And it needs to include support. So support by relating to them, saying like, oh, I've been through that too, I once didn't know that information, or maybe you can talk about like a friend's experience if it relates directly to you. Say like, I have a very close friend who said something similar to me and I spoke to them about it and now we can be close and now we can have that connection, because something like that is going to make the person feel like you don't hate them for it. It's very easy to get defensive in that circumstance. I'm sure we've all been in a context where we've been called out for something, whether oppressive or otherwise, where we've been like immediately defensive and been like, oh, I didn't mean it that way, or just like not really wanted to have that conversation.
I have a really good example of that. So j'étais avec mes grands-parents, on était avec comme de la famille, comme on tante, on joue au cap. Et mon grand-père va, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch an N-word at the toe. And I'm like, excuse me, he's like, what? Je suis comme, hey, tu dis pas ça? Et comme, mais pourquoi? Comme, c'est juste comme, it's a saying, comme, c'est juste quelque chose qu'on dit. Je suis comme, non. Je suis comme, c'est raciste, comme, tu connais l'histoire du mot, et si tu connais pas l'histoire du mot, je peux te le dire. Sa réponse c'était, non, mais c'est pas raciste comme moi, j'ai dit. So, yeah, it's not racist if I say it, when I say it, that's not how I mean it. Fait que, comme, c'est mon grand-père, comme moi j'ai grandi avec mes grands-parents, fait que c'est un peu comme, c'est pas le moment de t'éduquer, je peux t'éduquer tantôt. Puis, actually, la prochaine fois que je l'ai vu, on jouait comme un autre jeu en famille, et il a dit, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, et il a arrêté, sans que je dise ça. So, like, slowly, but yeah, comme des réponses comme ça, it's like, no, you don't get to decide what's racist. You're an old cis hetero white dude. I love you, but.
So yeah, in those circumstances, like, we do need to be able to provide some sort of support. So one being relating to the person on their level that you can, and just making them feel safe and like, you might be mad at them and be really honest with your feelings. I think that's a really important thing too. Be honest with your feelings. Say, I'm really angry right now. I'm really hurt by what you said. Or be honest and say, the only reason I'm calling you out right now is because I think that you can grow and I want to feel safe around you and I'm trusting you right now. So I want to have this discussion. Anything that will make them understand where you're coming from and why you're saying that, that will also have them understand that like it's for the greater good and you're not like hating them. Be a little bit understanding.
The other thing is supporting them, and as you were saying, through knowledge, basically provide them with the knowledge that you have. So maybe they don't know that the word they're using is offensive. Maybe it's something that they were brought up with, like maybe saying that.
Yeah, because when I was a kid, you'd say tiger.
It was always tiger.
Yeah. But then I was like, I learned that it was actually just, no, the kid version is tiger, adult version is not.
How's it act? Oh, no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it has a history that way. And so maybe that person was like brought up their whole life just thinking that that was normal and never really confronted it themselves. I like have relatives who say like the N-word box instead of like a stereo or like ghetto blaster, which is still offensive. But like that's just what they were brought up with in the language that they thought. So maybe providing that knowledge and saying this is the history of that is all they need to like have it click.
So like that nursery rhyme, even replacing it with tiger, is it still like considered?
I think now that I know that it's like the original is the N-word, like I just like.
And what was it like, if I may, I don't know if you explained that because yeah, sorry, I was just like, do you know what the actual motive of that nursery rhyme was originally?
Yeah, because it's eeny, meeny, miny, moe, catch a tiger by the toe, if he hollers, let him go.
Yeah.
I think it was in the context of like the police who were chasing down runaway slaves, basically. But that's I don't know like that's just what I read.
Go ahead, Alden, sorry.
I was gonna say, like, I have a really good and successful story about calling somebody out. It actually like happened over the course of like a few weeks, which was really nice. It all started at a Halloween party, and basically, okay, for the transphobia, I'm not gonna say the word, like I'm not gonna say it. I'm just gonna say like homophobic, transphobic, like in place with. And so basically, like the situation was, it was a Halloween party. We were all dressed up. Actually, a bunch of people in the room were at that party, and there was a boy wearing a dress. That's fine, you know, whatever. And so we were going out, and it was in like a very like small neighborhood, kind of like where the neighbors know each other. And the neighbors just like if the neighbor's garage is open, they'll just walk in and say hi, like those, like that kind of thing. And so basically, this neighbor, he's a really sweet guy. But he walked in and said, "Why is your friend dressed like a?" And he said that in front of this boy, in front. I wasn't actually like there for it. But like I heard about it immediately. In front of there were enough people who heard him say like, "Why is your friend?" Yeah, and then he just kind of walked back to his garage. I think that was the situation. I don't think he really stayed. Nobody called him immediately. But what happened was throughout the night, actually, like the friend, the owner of the house, the mom, she actually went back to the neighbor's house and said, "These are the reasons why." That was an awful thing to say. Like, how many times do you think the people in this house have been called that before? Like, how scared do you think they are now? They have been like called it so many times before, even if you didn't really mean it in a bad way. It was still an absolutely awful thing to say. The neighbor actually ended up crying and came into the house and said, like, listen, and then said I'm not gonna say who it is. Said the boy's name and said, "I am so sorry." And he said that is never going to happen again. And then actually, throughout like the next couple of weeks, because it's like my best friend's house, so I kind of see that neighbor a lot. He asked me, he's like, "You know what? Like I was on Google, I was looking things up, I realized like how awful that word was, and I said it without thinking about it. And I'm honestly never going to use that word again." He said he looked into the history of the word and things like that. And then a couple of weeks later, he actually told me that he was at a bar with his friends, and one of his friends called the other one it, and he called them out for it, and the entire group was like, "Oh, come on, like can't you just take a joke, or like are you gay or something like that kind of thing?" He's like, "No, actually," and he educated them. And so that was just like one little Halloween party story, one word that kind of thing.
That's like an awesome, huge success too, and a context in which providing somebody that knowledge was really helpful, and in which that person took it upon themselves to find other resources and look into it even more. So let's see what else. Can we move on to the next one? Are they like urgent?
I just have a little question.
Yeah, it's like a statement. So I just wanted like trigger warning for racism and like Black history, like awful Black history.
the original version was actually eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a nigger by the toe. If he won't work, then let him go. So it was that.
Super. I'll just mention though, in that context, it's not really a word to say. Even if you are
Oh, sorry.
in that context. You had a question?
Like at my school, like we like to do theme days and stuff like that, and a lot of the times we have like opposite days where boys will dress up like girls and girls are supposed to dress up like boys. And to me, I never really to me it seems like problematic, but I wasn't really sure. Like, is that like an overall general feeling that's just kind of fucked up?
Yeah, I think
Something on
yeah,
that?
we like our school did
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so our school also has that, and it's part of Spirit Week. And I did go to.
It used to.
It used to be a part.
Trust me, I'm in Student not having that.
But I did go to my VP about it and like explained why that is inappropriate, why it shouldn't be called that, and everything like that. And his excuse was that it's become such a tradition, we can't change that and stuff like that. So actually, in protest to that, the next day I showed up dressed like all the cis het white males that went to the school, and I like put on Carhartts and a Kama jacket and like put tea in my lip like a dip, and like put my hat on and walked around and like acted very like tough and stuff like that in protest to like them doing that, and they don't do it in the Spirit Week anymore.
I think that's funny how the VP literally said it's so ingrained in our school, and then that was last year, and this year it didn't happen. Like, okay.
And just like by saying that too, you're saying that is so ingrained in our culture. Like, why are you not acknowledging that that's problematic, that it's so ingrained in your school? I've had a very long discussion about that in particular with a friend of mine who's trans feminine. And she said that that was actually a really huge turning point for her in like recognizing her gender and exploring her gender, because it did provide her that space. But it also had like this sort of double edge of really, really hurting her in a lot of ways, and a lot of people were expressing femininity as like this very flamboyant and ultimately like anti-woman sort of way, and it is just, it's ridiculing trans people in a way. It's setting it up so that the idea of this is viewed as ridiculous. It's like this fun thing to do rather than in this like supportive way. I could see how something like that could be an opportunity for people to explore their identity and support others around them, but it's never framed that way.
And then it's still mine.
Yes. So the other thing, beyond support, another thing to consider when you're about to call somebody out is emotional labor. It takes a lot to call somebody out. And it takes a lot from you, it takes a lot from them. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that this could drain your energy. And do you know that they're going to respond poorly? Are you doing it just because you feel obligated to? Are you in a situation where like it's family members, you know they're super ignorant, you know that they've never responded well to that kind of thing?
Vraiment, mon exemple pour ça, c'est comme la semaine passée, j'ai passé la fin de semaine chez mes grands-parents. Je venais d'être partie une semaine pour la job, j'ai pas dormi beaucoup. Ça fait comme une semaine et demie, j'ai pas dormi dans mon lit. Puis, comme encore mon grand-père, mais quand mon grand-père est avec mon monon, c'est comme vraiment mal. Puis, il y a des fois que je dis quelque chose et cette fin de semaine, c'est comme j'ai pas l'énergie, mes émotions sont comme vraiment raw. Fait que j'étais juste comme, j'ai laissé parler, puis j'étais comme juste assis dans mon petit coin, puis j'étais comme, puis comme c'est correct. Surtout, je trouve, des fois c'est dur avec les membres de notre famille, des fois on vit avec, des fois on les voit souvent, et souvent ils sont plus vieux, fait que c'est encore la chose de comme dominance, tu devrais savoir mieux à ton âge, comme c'est que joke, comme j'ai entendu ça.
So yeah, be really ready to address like, am I in the right emotional space to be able to support this person's growth, or should this be something that happens another time, or something that I give to somebody else, or maybe just like pass over this one time, and recognize if you're in the right environment too, because there are some circumstances where it kind of might paint a target on your head. Like I once had a job and somebody was saying like really anti-Semitic things, and then like some like racist things about our boss's wife who is Asian, and like she didn't eat rice or something, like really, really silly things. And so I went to my boss when he came back from vacation, and I said like, I'm really glad you're back. These things happened while you're gone. He was super supportive in that context of actually talking then all of a sudden things became really, really hostile and he was picking on me all the time because after talking to that employee, he decided I was more of a liability than anything. By calling out that behavior, I was like reducing morale in the workplace, and it ended up being really, really negative for me. And like the emotional labor required, I wish I had never said anything. I kind of don't. Like, I'm glad I did, and ultimately I moved on. But like that was really, really hard on me at the time. So recognize if you're in the right environment. Like, are you with unsupported family? Are you in a workplace where that's going to be looked upon poorly?
Oh, I was just wondering if at like some point we could like discuss how to like call people out or like educate people who are either like older, like grandparents who grew up with that, and or like younger who might not understand all the language. Like
I feel like the people that are like younger siblings and everything are more understanding than people that are older than you, especially because they like look up to you and like the knowledge that you have. But like people that are older than you are like, you don't actually know what you're talking about. Like, oh, you just read it on the internet and you can't believe everything you read.
Yeah, that's like my uncle. Like, my little cousin was gonna spend the week with me, and he was like not sure about it because he was afraid my extreme feminism would rub off on her. So we get along just fine. But yeah, he was just like, oh, you know better. Like, it's just your generation. So sensitive. But yeah, we can meet. We sometime again for like more culture.
So cards on the table and potentially head on the chopping block. I'd like to take it back to a bit of a previous topic about, I think your school called it opposite days.
Yeah, like the gender swap.
Yeah, the gender swap days. So our school does something similar. It's done by the GSA. We call it Gender Bender Day with the tag respectfully exploring gender at LCBI. Do you think, I'm just putting it to the room, do you think that's all right? And do you think there's any way that we can improve that?
I think, like I said, like I think there are contexts in which it can be done in a very respectful way. I've never personally seen it, but it sounds like maybe you're moving towards that. I think what's important is to make it very, very clear why it's happening to everybody in the school, and obviously make participation like super, super optional. And mention like this is not an opportunity to mock feminine. It's not an opportunity for men to like play up a character about what women are and how vapid they are. This is an opportunity to explore what gender means. And maybe like in working up to it, do like gender 101, gender versus sex, and like maybe a trans 101 too, so that everybody's sort of on the same level of knowledge.
Yeah, this is actually sort of next week.
But no, yeah, as long as you do like respectfully and you make sure that people understand that they're not trying to imitate a
their own, what could be their own expression of another gender, and explaining that it's more than so people don't like think they can only do one or the other.
I think that's an awesome way to say it. Like, there's an opportunity like not to explore gender, but to explore gender.
Our tagline is respectfully exploring gender at us.
Good word.
Just for 1 second, I'm doing a little, capturing video for Jeremy and later highlight of GSAs. Is there anyone who shouldn't, I make sure I don't get them on camera? Is your hand up?
Oh, it was for.
Oh, okay. So everybody's okay? No? Okay, I'll make sure. So mostly the back of your heads anyway. Okay, thanks.
Oh, one point that I do have about like the gender exploration, like I like how like it is like worded differently, so it's not so much a binary thing, it's not so much like a gender swap. But like one thing that should be really taken into consideration is a lot of the problem with these events is that causes a lot of like gender stereotypes of clothing and stuff like that, where it's like that like leads down the idea that like dresses are meant for women, like identifying women, and like that kind of puts like a gender on like clothing and stuff like that. And really like we all know here that like clothing isn't really gendered, and neither is makeup or a certain hairstyle or something like that. So that's another thing you should raise awareness. Like that's not dresses aren't just meant for women.
I completely agree.
Yeah, and like just one point that I want to make.
Thank you.
I also feel like we should like educate the teachers about it as well. Like just make the teachers aware that it's like if this does become an issue, like please let us know.
Yeah, we're
or like
doing that on Monday.
have them like call the kids kids out, you're like, that's very disrespectful. You're supposed to be exploring it, not like stereotyping it, being rude about it, and abstinence. Because people who do identify as trans or something could be like, and then find it very offensively. So like, just as long as everybody's educated about it, just so that it doesn't backfire.
That's generally the intention. Thank you.
So the other point would be allyship. Maybe there are some times where allyship outweighs your own emotional labor. I think one of the biggest parts of being an ally and being a good ally is standing up for others when they're not able to themselves. So in my own personal context where I didn't say anything in the salon, there were very few people of color in that salon at any time, and I should, like, part of being an anti-racist ally should be that I'm confronting those statements. When people aren't around or when maybe they're too upset to say anything too. I run a summer camp program as well that's taking a year off, but at one point we were sharing our campsite with another camp of like young students, and they had a Peter Pan Day, and that meant a lot of kids showed up to camp like in red face and like indigenous garb, and there were indigenous people at the camp who were really, really, really upset. One of whom like screamed at one of the counselors from the other camp. And they felt it was like super inappropriate and were like confronting us as a staff. And like I'm on the leadership staff, so it was like directly with me. And so in that context, I had to be the person who took that on. I made sure that speakers were addressing it. I addressed it with the camp and I addressed it with the staff of the other camp to say like, you don't get to do this. And so part of being an ally for me in that context was taking that on for that person who was really, really hurt and upset, who had had relatives murdered for wearing their traditional garments, and then we're seeing it sort of reduced to this. They were really emotional about it, so I had to step in. But in the context in the salon, I didn't say anything. And so I don't think that's being a good ally. And I think sometimes being an ally might outweigh whether it's a safe environment for you, it might outweigh whether you're like in the emotional headspace to be able to do that, or if that's going to be really draining. So I think there are certain circumstances where it might be severe enough that you have to say something anyway. And for me, that often is like anti-Black racism and trans misogyny. I will kind of put my own feelings aside and be like, I need to talk about this and confront this. So that's something to consider as well. You might have a responsibility to call something out. But in some circumstances, like maybe you're just like completely not in the emotional headspace to do it, and even though you have a responsibility, you can't. So like it's a balancing game. Like you really have to assess, are you the right person to do it? Are you in the right space to do it? Can you get somebody else to do it? There are a lot of things to consider. Which brings me to sort of a step-by-step way to call it behavior. I should actually write something under this at some point. I will, I promise. So I have a little acronym. I really, really tried to make it spell ass because I thought that was funny. So it is assess. So all of the things we just covered, allyship, growth support, emotional, going too far, emotional labor, all of those things are part of your assessment. You need to see, is it the right circumstance? Is it the right person? Think about the situation, think if it's going to pay off, think if it's going to be valuable, if you have a responsibility to do so, if you're in the right place to be able to do it in the right way. There are lots of different things to consider before you say anything. So that's the first step, is assess. The next one is confront. So that confrontation can look a lot of different ways. My favorite way is questions. So I'll write that as a little note. Questions are my favorite way to start that discussion and get into it, because you can get to the bottom of why somebody said that. In the context with my boyfriend saying that he didn't believe that ADD existed, I was able to ask some questions, find out where his actual viewpoint was, and just say, I don't think you're using the right language for that. And I think by saying you don't think that exists, you're actually feeding into the opposite rhetoric that you want to. So asking those questions is really beneficial. Also, in circumstances where maybe they use an offensive word, you can say, do you know the history behind that word, or why did you feel that was appropriate? There are lots of different questions that you can ask. So that's my favorite strategy. But other times you can just say, I think that was offensive, or you shouldn't have used that word. Confrontation can look a lot of different ways, but I do think it's important that we try and keep it relatively delicate. Sometimes you might be really, really mad though, and you're allowed to be mad. You're allowed to feel that anger. As Charlie mentioned, maybe you want to take a step back and like collect yourself so that you have talking points rather than just like spilling it all out and maybe not expressing yourself clearly because you're mad. But you have every right to be angry. Maybe it's something that was directly hurtful towards you, and expressing those emotions is not a bad thing. Which is why in the context at camp, my friend who like yelled at a camp counselor, I didn't think that they were wrong for doing that, especially considering the history of violence behind that. And that's exactly what I told the person who ran the other camp. I said, like, they are not wrong for doing that. And like, if you want to be mad at us for that, fine, but I completely support their actions because there's a huge history of like murder, violence, colonization behind that. And they are understandably upset. So if you're upset and your confrontation includes yelling, if your confrontation includes crying, if your confrontation includes expressing those emotions, that's fine too. Things to avoid would be calling the person names or making it super personal. So that's gonna make somebody super, super defensive. So don't call them names, don't be like, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of like conflicted on this one. Saying like you're racist can be really upsetting for people, but also they need to get the hell over it. So I'm like of two minds about that. Like they probably won't deal with it well, and you should be aware of that. But like, I don't know, in my opinion, I think that like basically all white people have to accept the fact that we are racist. We grow up in a racist culture, and like you have to confront that and unlearn that. You can't just not be racist.
So like, yeah. I think maybe a good compromise between saying you are racist because that is true. Like we grew up in, like you just said, and not saying that is maybe saying you are being racist or that action was racist.
Or what you said. Or saying I think that perpetuates racism or feeds into it.
Exactly. Not. Yeah,
definitely clarifying them with the person with deadly helps so much because then you're showing like, hey, I'm not attacking you. It's just this.
I'm not racist.
I know, and then
I've like personally been like on that side of it too. Like when I've been in that situation before where someone has called me a name of any sort, then I get super defensive because it's just like that's something that I automatically don't want attached to myself. So I know that that just sort of throws me into an argument that I become very irrational and I become very overly angry and kind of move away from the original argument.
Because you're making it personal, you're really moving away from the
actually dealing with the issue.
Yeah, you need to talk about the issue and how to move forward from that rather than making it a personal fight rather than a debate or an argument. So the other one would be explain. So that's where that like resources and knowledge element comes in. Explain why you're saying something. Whether it's like, I think that feeds into really like racist sort of rhetoric, or maybe you want to say, I'm only saying this because I want to feel safe around you and I trust you and I think you can do better than that. Like take an opportunity to explain exactly why you're saying something at all. And that can be like the actual issue in providing the history, or it can be like your own emotional place that you're coming from, and bring it together, do both. And then the last one is support. So provide the person resources. I think particularly if you're in a spot where you've been directly hurt, you're very upset, you're very angry, that's a harder one to do. But this is an opportunity to give them other resources or tell them people that they can go to talk about these things, or say, you know what, I'm really upset right now, but if you want to talk about these issues or the history behind this or whatever later, you can come to me then. That support element is really, really important though. So give them like websites, tell them what to Google, tell them people that they can look for, or explain it to them in that way and like be like, I'm sorry if that was really harsh. I'm sorry if you're feeling defensive. I just think this is really important. Like support can look a lot of different ways.
Oh, I was gonna say, like a really quick example actually, in our GSA, we have a student, who sometimes uses quite problematic language, and she was talking to me, she said, you know, I'm totally okay with gay guys because I love shipping people. I'm pretty uncomfortable with lesbians. No offense, Annalisa, but you know, I just, they make me kind of uncomfortable because they like girls. And I said, okay, this really isn't the time to have this conversation, but how about we talk after school? Because I was the amount of times I've heard that. I've heard people say, or like the opposite, when like guys are saying, oh, you know, lesbians are so hot, but gay guys, they're just gonna hit on me. I don't like them. Like, yeah. So every time I hear that, I get like really like riled up and angry about it. So I said, you know what? Let's talk about this after class, and I'll be able to kind of explain why that wasn't the best thing to say. And so then I did explain it to her, and then she's like, oh my goodness, I had no idea that. And I said, okay, well, now you know, and she started not going to do it again. I said, all right, well, like, now you know, we can move past it, like that kind of thing, so, yeah.
It's absolutely okay to take that time, as like both you and Charlie had said.
And you don't have to do it right away. I probably would have said something I would regret if I did it right away.
So we're out of time. We can take a few more hands. I'm gonna write some things on the board while we discuss.
Okay, so, go ahead.
I just wanted to like add like a little comment. Like I'm loving hearing like all of these like positive things in front of like confronting people, but I also feel like I need to just add that sometimes people aren't going to change if they don't want to, and their opinions aren't going to change if they aren't open-minded enough to realize that their opinions might not always be correct. So like just if you're confronting someone and you could be doing everything right and you could be saying all the right things and they sometimes just won't take it, and that's not something on your part, that's just them not being in a place themselves where they can change or even like consider thinking about things differently. So like just wanted to say like if that happens to you in your life when we're all like fighting back and stuff, like don't be discouraged and don't let it stop you from like doing it again just because someone else who ultimately can't control how other people.
That's really important. Thank you for that. I also don't think that it's your fault that you didn't change their mind.
Yeah. One more thing I wanted to mention before we take a hand too, I forgot. Part of support is thanking the person, to being like, thank you for listening to me, for discussing this with me. And that can be a really big thing to like sort of seal it all off and leave them with a positive impression of the whole experience and make them actually think about it. It's just being like, thank you for letting me experience my emotions in front of you. Thank you for letting me be angry right now and actually taking me seriously. Like, thank them for whatever they have done in that conversation. We can take a few more hands.
I was gonna say and sometimes it's even like difficult to even like call someone out in the first place because my grandma does this thing where she'll go to say something she knows that I won't like and knows that she knows that it's not like to say, so she'll turn me and she'll be like, Virginia, don't say like don't say to me, and then she'll say something really offensive to other people. And also I had just a suggestion for like a while ago when they're talking about like the gender swap or gender bender. I think like maybe Expression Day would be a really good thing to call it, so you can just express your way and do something any way you want.
Okay, yeah, that's really good. We have like 1 minute because I think they need to come in the room to set things up. I'll just say it right away. If you want to talk about it, have things to say, we'll be happy to talk with you. And then to anyone who speaks French, I'm doing Feminism is for Everyone in French tomorrow. And I promise it will be all in French because it's just me.
And so one thing I wanted to mention, are you done?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to mention before we move on, there were a couple more topics we wanted to cover, but I think it's cool that we didn't. But I think a big one is like when you're on the other end of that, we're all definitely prone to doing these things, and like we've only got to the place that we are because we've learned. Sometimes that learning has included somebody straight up calling us out. So some of the best things to do through apologizing would be to like learn to suppress your defensive-ness. As we mentioned, it's really easy to take things personally and get super defensive. Why are you laughing?
Kai was making a face in the window.
So like whether that's taking a step back and being like, thank you for saying something, I'm gonna take a minute to like go and process this and then we can discuss it. Ask the person if that's okay if you discuss it later. And then maybe you can get to a point where you're able to, in the situation, actually like put that aside and talk about it and not be so emotional about it. And then acknowledge your potential for growth. I didn't finish writing it. In that everybody else has a potential for growth, and that's why you call them out, you have that too. You have the opportunity right now to understand something new, to treat people better and create a safer environment, and that's a really valuable thing. So see this as a positive. And then I have a few other points, but I think one of the biggest ones is it comes from an educator named Kim Milan, she now goes by. We actually gave her an award at the Day of Pink Gala. She's an amazing woman of color, queer educator. And one of the things that she brought up when she presented at the camp program that I work at, she said like, we look at apologies as like really surface, and sometimes they can be really deeper than that. Like you need to acknowledge the fact that by hurting somebody, that took a lot of their emotional labor. It took a lot of their energy away from them, and something that you might be able to do for them can be like really concrete and practical things, like offer to give them notes for a class so that they don't have to go to that class and can take time to just like take care of themselves, or offer to make them dinner, or like do their laundry, take something off their plate. They can be like really, really concrete steps that just give that person space, give them the opportunity to just like wind down.
That's what I was gonna say. So is it okay if I just?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That whether you're being called out or whether you are doing the calling out, it's really important to practice self-care. And I think I really appreciate what you were saying, that like if you have hurt them directly and if you emotionally drained them or something, be like, hey, I want to say thank you for teaching me new things and taking your time out of the day, and you can do something like that. But if you don't have the opportunity to do that, on either side of this, just like remember to assess yourself and just like try to take care of yourself, because it can be like really draining.
So I'm going to take one last comment, and then I think the keynotes are in here. So if you want to stretch and go to washroom, you can. But if not, you're in the right room
I'll
already.
say one more word too after that.
They're gonna, yeah.
They can.
Like a lot of times, like when you get like emotional, you just get dismissed because you're being like over emotional.
Yes.
Especially if you're woman, especially if you're female.
Yeah.
Or even like sometimes when you're male, it's like
There are a lot of times for sure when you might be dismissed because of your anger or because you're crying about something. So when you are calling somebody out, people won't take you seriously. And that's like a really shitty thing. And like what Charlie was talking about, like sometimes you have to go to the bathroom and just like cry it out before then, because that's a like huge reality, especially of being like a woman. And like
the question is like how are you like supposed to like deal with that? Like when I don't normally get emotional, because I always find that I'm the person that's like, okay, listen to each other, just like take a deep breath here. But I find like when I get emotional, they're just like, oh, you must just be on your period, and it's like, how do you deal with that?
I do think, like, I don't know if anybody else has advice as well, but I do think a really good way to deal with that is like just take a step back. I've had to learn in a lot of contexts to like shut my mouth, which sounds really bad, but in context where I'll be really emotional and I know I'll be dismissed because of it, I've had to just like force myself to be silent in a way, and just like take what they say and then move on and process that in a different context. It's a really difficult thing, and I don't have any really good advice for it. Maybe we do have some more comments. I'll just add one more thing to this, and then we can like see if anyone has advice.
We can't.
I'm gonna move that back up.
Okay, well, anyway, with apologies, recognize that your apology might be taken, or might not be taken. Like, that person might not forgive you, and you kind of have to deal with that. Like, you definitely have hurt somebody, and, like, no matter what you do, they might not forgive you, and that doesn't mean you're a bad person, and don't take it super personally, but do, like, take a minute to, like, mourn that and recognize, like, what you've done and, like, acknowledge that severity so you don't do that kind of thing again. But yeah, I'm sorry we ran out of time. Continue these discussions.
It's talking about like their personal successes or like failures when calling
Hey everybody, so if you wouldn't mind, this is kind of annoying, like can you actually leave the room so they can set up the keynote? Thank you.
It's time to go
Going outside? You walk outside?
Yes.
Hey, man.
That is.
That's why I really like storytelling for the aspect of
Ready
like,
for round, what, 3?
I don't know, I use it a lot when I talk about like trans education and stuff, and when I talk to adults and teachers, just acknowledging shows that like the actual real stories rather than the fact that at this point, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so,
I don't mean that's good.
you know, talking to like a French guy, I grew up in France, so my
Part of the work I do, but it's
Shut
nice
up.
to know, I'm just saying, it's a suspension on.
like so many things that are strength right still to this day.
It's not trying to figure it out,
Yeah.
trying to
No,
label,
it's good.
stop trying to.
But that way I was like an EV model, I was going white guy.
As I try to figure it out.
And it was just so, and this is funny because this is like a simplification of like how, this was my first problem when I moved to Toronto. Because when I moved to Toronto, everybody's like, belongs to like this, it's always weird. And me at first, friends was like, you would not have this. And so when you're here, when you're around Toronto now,
Yeah.
it's like,
Very much.
well, to this day, when I have an issue with it, I'm kind of like, yeah.
Permission to.
Even being French, I don't, because I moved French to Swiss, so I'm
It's for you.
So it was interesting. This moment was a good presentation. Was like,
He says,
yeah, I
don't
never
understand something, just don't.
You know, I learned that. Exactly. I'm okay with it. Obviously, it's a lot of things. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it's, you have to go really, really far. You're really very different countries to be discriminated against. And so,
Yeah, for sure. I'll get into
you guys are like super organized.
that.
No, it's just no. Seriously, first of all,
Yeah.
so when I make one, you shall taste it. No, you guys are super organized. Yeah, anybody else? You guys are super organized. It's actually fairly impressive. I was like.
Finally, we got back the transmitter thing after time.
I know, it's like, yeah. And after that, you're really Canadian, so you said thank you a lot. That's it. Have to.
Full time, 6 years? No, it's a joke. It's funny because my boss, she's not French, but she lived in France for 10 years.
So it's like, let's go, all the time. Yeah, try to do this in French. Okay, so let me mute this. Done already. Everything's going well.
Yeah, everything's going well. I got Ojibwe on Wednesday.
Is also slightly toxic.
First
What's
name?
the best way to write that?
Wouldn't show me. Yeah, I'm gonna screw it up when I do it, but I'll try to best.
Is there a separate, like, where there's websites separate?
No, great.
Yeah, it's like.
Not here in Bahamas, but I'll put it on
Huge
the
was they're just like negotiating with board members essentially for this kind of thing.
It was when the kids wrote an email. When like ages ago, it was like your response was, we are disappointed each other.
Oh, like,
I feel like you really enjoyed writing. However, you can still come, I guess. It was great. I loved it.
What's your first name on your
Your strategic locations. Right here, maybe? Sure, yeah. Maybe we're just setting up the transfers and stuff. And then we'll let them.
Hello, can you hear me, guys? You came out here to turn back, but not it is the
To describe what exactly?
I can call out really well.
Oh, okay, cool. I was
I need to move this bed. I don't know who it is.
I'm sorry. You can also go like this.
Is this all I need?
Hello, Mr. It's been like 2 years. It seems so.
Hello, you don't have to talk to the interpreter.
Just want to give you a whistle.
How are you?
I'm good. Still looking for the center.
We try, once someone starts working with us, it's very hard. We don't let them leave.
I don't think I've shook your hand again yet. We've passed it.
You should be Jeremy called me. I'm trying to get in touch with you. I'm gonna I'm fine. It's all May 13th, right?
In this like time, space, gravity doesn't matter sort of zone.
So it's just the form. There's nothing else.
All I know is that I get to go back to Ottawa on the 30th.
No. No, for me, that's something. Yeah.
You're going to him?
I am.
Right, yeah.
You're going back on the Monday?
I'm going back. I'm sure that
What are you doing today?
difference it's making.
Wait, we have to put up the video for another day? Fair point. That was a very good response. You have your own defense.
And that is why they're wonderful.
I'm not paid.
Well, not you.
So
it's gorgeous day. That's why they do.
I'm just going to
Yeah. I walk around.
I'm just back. Yours. Being paid is overrated. No. It's actually not like at least like the same one. It's not my actual work. This is Poland. So like, are you the tourist? I'm probably gonna spit it and help. This is not
You're so fancy. I'm so fancy. I do get reception. I like your claw. It makes you taller. It is good.
Then instead of 4 as well as like 2 hours, it has fit everything else.
So just to clarify, I'm Cameron, I'm Jessica. This is the talent show. This is how you sign up. Don't be a dick. It'll be fun.
Then you show some stuff. I work like a lot of like experience. That's all right.
Allô, allô. Alors, oui, allô? D'accord. Donc c'est normal, j'ai coupé les autres micros. Donc là, si je frotte le micro, si je fais... Tu m'entends là? D'accord. Test. Ok, et tu m'entends bien? D'accord. Très bien. D'accord. Non, après j'ai baissé le son massivement. Alors attends, on va régler ce son manuellement. Je vais remettre là où il était. Là, c'est comment? Si je parle comme ça, c'est comment? D'accord. Et votre son sur votre écran, il est à quel niveau? Il est à 50% le son sur l'écran? Ok, d'accord. Donc, ça c'est très bien. Ok, 1, 2, test. Alors, je parle un tout petit peu plus fort pour comme si je posais une question dans la salle. Bonjour, question. Question dans la salle. Question dans la salle. Ok, très bien. Ok, je vais tester les autres micros, d'accord? Alors, attends, je vais continuer à parler. Dis-moi si ça change quelque chose. Et là, tu devrais entendre plus la salle. Tu entends du bruit dans la salle en plus? Alors, attends 2 secondes. Je vais couper ce micro-là. Je vais tester le micro des questions. 1, 2, 1, 2. Est-ce que tu m'entends dans le micro des questions? Très bien, merci. Ok, je vais aller essayer le dernier micro.
I never really like associated with like something.
That's the next step. Actually, that's the hard part. Like normally getting folks like, yeah, like
Tu m'entends, Perrine?
Yeah.
So yeah, but it's not like a need to.
C'est normal. Allô, Perrine, est-ce que tu m'entends? Ok, bon, bah je crois qu'on est bon. C'est saturé. Parce que je pense qu'il n'y a personne qui parle directement dans le micro qui est en train de jouer de la musique. Alors attends, je vais baisser pour l'instant. Allô, allô? Et comme ça, c'est mieux? Comme ça, c'est mieux?
So here is not projected that people who are, you know, yeah, so you have to adjust something good. It's damaging what it's and like
Keepers and
and it's destroying.
I understand.
So that's essentially you're at the university.
I knew something.
Just have listen to some of the nothing should happen because everyone's in the room.
Yeah, later, Gator.
Maria, do you want to
Who's that? Who's that?
I don't know. If you pick a song, I can harmonize like it's like I can get on the beat. So like honestly, this whole thing
So it's like both.
that was saying.
Oh no! Oh no! I feel.
I can mostly set myself like the right.
I'm doing this. let John know.
Before at least started. So for anyone who's in I'm in smaller with it and just make sure that
All right, everybody. So I also have a few announcements right before I give it over to Zach. So a couple changes and things about the talent show to make you aware of. So first thing, I know in your conference booklet it says that we're doing dinner in the cafeteria. That is no longer true. We are doing dinner in the Glendon Manor tonight. Yeah. Ooh.
Did we dress up for it?
Yeah, if you want to dress up for it, go for it. The Glendon Manor is very pretty. So, yeah. I mean, everyone here has been super fashionable all week long anyways. I will take questions in a second. Okay, so it's taking place there. By the reaction, I feel like most people know where it is, but I'm going to go through it anyways. So as you leave, the cafeteria and you walk back to go to Wood Residence, the big building that looks like a mansion with the gardens in front of it, right by the library, that's the Glendon Manor. And if worst comes to worst, you'll see that there's a whole bunch of people going there. So that's where to go. Right after these sets of keynotes, you have some free time. During that free time, we're going to be doing sign up for our talent show. And Cameron and Jess, who are going to wave here, they're going to be the ones doing it. Where they will be doing it is right outside in this basement area here, okay? So if you want to perform in the talent show, or if you're not sure but you want to talk to them to see if it's something you might like to do, then please touch base with Cameron and Jess.
Can I just give everyone here sort of indicate what's going to be on the sign up, because we may have registered for it? Should I write that?
So something to think about when you go to sign up is that we're asking for like a performance name. You don't have to have like a legit name. You can just be like, oh, it's me like this. That's fine. We would like the people who are in it, we want their names and pronouns. We also want like the type. Is it like drag? Is it poetry? What is it? And we want some idea of like content, and then we want content and trigger warnings, if that's okay with everyone. Good? Awesome.
So to answer Annie's question, because I am telepathic, there is not a piano available. There is also not a keyboard available. So sorry.
Oh yes, and we would also ask your tech needs, but it's going to be very minimalist, just to let everyone know. So be creative. Very minimal. Yes, more questions?
You go first.
The food, do we get it at the normal spot and then go over to the
So the question was, in terms of food, do we get it at the normal spot and then go over to the manor, or is everything just going to be in the manor? The answer is that everything will be in the manor. I'm not quite sure how it'll be set up, but there'll be staff there and they'll show us as we go. But again, yeah, it's a beautiful spot. Yes, there's another question in the front.
So if you do I have a plan to perform a song with somebody, and then also do a flag with somebody else. So can I show them two separate things?
Yeah, so the question was, can the person perform two separate things? And the answer is a nod. Yes, Victoria.
Does anyone have like a guitar?
Answer was, does anyone have a guitar?
and
And
this
there are
last-
hands up in the room.
And this, okay, but I possibly borrow one? Does anyone have it? And then this question that you can probably assume. Does anyone have a ukulele?
Where's Trevor?
I wish.
Where's Trevor?
Okay, everybody. We can do this coordination during free time as well. So now that everyone has coordinated where the various instruments in the room are, I'm going to continue with announcements. So I think that's everything from Cam and Jess. So thank you two so much. That's one of my next announcements. Okay, so I have a few more announcements. Hang tight. As you've noticed, we have Shelly here with us. Please gonna wave. Shelly has a camera. She's filming Zach. She would also like to do a quick audience shot. But if you're not comfortable being in that like crowd shot, please raise your hand and Shelly's gonna make note of it now. Raise your hands really high so she knows not to film you. Okay, keep your hands while Shelly counts. Yeah. Really high, otherwise Shelly can't see your hand and she doesn't know not to film you. Okay, is everyone okay with that? All right. The other announcement is that Shelly is doing filming as well during free time, and that's going to be here in this room after the keynotes. So remember to sign up right outside this room. Filming is going to be right in this room. And then the last announcement is a lot of you have been asking me about Allyship in Action, which is happening in August. I am not the coordinator for that, but our lovely Cameron Aiken, who's still in the room and is going to wave again. Cameron is the coordinator for Allyship in Action, and he is happy to take your questions about it, and he's really excited to see your faces again at Allyship in Action. I will also be there, and I'm excited to see you again. So just please connect with Cameron. And those are all the announcements. I'm going to pass it now over to Zach, who needs an introduction because you know him.
I'm gonna hope that I'm good to go. How's everybody doing? Okay, sorry. I said, how's everybody doing? A little bit better. So you folks already know me. I'm Zach. I'm here to speak to you folks a little bit about anti-oppression, mental health, kind of how those two things intersect with one another. And then I want to touch on self-care a little bit, because when we talk about activism and mental health, self-care is really important and something that I think needs its time and needs to be addressed. So before I really kick that off, I want to do a few acknowledgements, which is your cue slide. Awesome. So I do know that we acknowledged this before, but whenever I come and speak, I do like to acknowledge again. We are on unceded, unsurrendered Indigenous territory, the territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Ojibwe, the Huron-Wendat, and Anishinaabe. Especially in mental health context, I think it is really important to acknowledge colonialism and the histories of violence that have taken place on our territories and on this land, because of the fact that that has directly impacted the mental health of Indigenous communities across this entire land. So I think that's really important to highlight. I also want to highlight that I'm not an expert. I am not the solution. I don't have all of the answers. I want you folks to help provide some of those answers. You all have a lot of lived experience that is really valuable, and I'm hoping that you will take the time to share some of that, because I think it will really help make this presentation more meaningful both for me and for all of you. So please, if you have questions or anything like that, put your hand up, just find a mic, and then we can bounce back and forth, and that's the way I like to do it. In terms of trigger warnings, to give some context, I'm not going to be talking really specifically about any trauma or any violence that I have experienced. I will not delve really deeply into the lived experience or into the more in-depth content. I'm going to keep it at the surface level as much as I can, just because I know that this can be a really tough topic for a lot of folks, and it can be very triggering for folks. That being said, we will talk about things like heterosexism, cissexism, We'll touch on very briefly sexism, racism, ableism, and more of those things more broadly. We also will bring up topics like self-harm, depression, and things like that, but in very surface level ways, largely drawing on statistics. I usually use a very mental health focused model. I don't like to focus on mental illnesses, just because I like the holistic approach of mental health personally. So I won't delve really deep into personal experiences or stories. That being said, if you need to take time and step out, 100% there. Also, if you do engage and you do have a conversation back and forth or grab a mic, please be sure to trigger warning beforehand as well. Some folks might share the experience. I am okay with that. I think that's valuable and meaningful. But again, if you can try to keep it on that surface level in relation to the content and not delve deeply into personal experiences that might be triggering for other folks, I'd appreciate it, and I think everybody else in the room would too. Does that work? Awesome. I also talk really quickly, as you might realize, so at points, if you need me to slow the hell down, I can do that. So I want to throw out a question, because I think it's really interesting to see the different kinds of answers that this gets. So does anybody want to take a shot at defining what is mental health? Anybody? Hands up? How about over here? Can we grab that? Do we have a portable mic?
We're trying to hook it up right now.
Okay, would you mind if
you repeat it?
I can repeat it, yeah. So what is mental health?
It's like kind of like state of mind, state of mood of mind. There's a lot of aspects of it, a lot of factors.
Yeah, so they were saying it's kind of like your state of mind, like where your head's at kind of thing? Does that kind of reflect it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else want to take a shot at it? Yeah, Nina? Emotional and cognitive well-being. Yeah, I like that. Who else?
For me, how you take care of your physical body, you have to take well.
Yeah.
Healthy that way.
So I think it's really interesting to look at the parallels between mental health and physical health.
Hey. Okay, before you couldn't hear him talk at all? Okay. But now it's done. What do you hear now? Just my voice? No pollution. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn off the microphone and turn on his microphone. Okay, for about 10 seconds. Okay, and if you start interpreting, I will assume that means it's working. If not, I'm going to come back to this microphone. Okay.
So when the state of your mental health becomes detrimental to your everyday life. So I'm going to start by, I like that. In a second, I'll touch on the
Hello, Xiang. Okay, so that's where you could hear him, but with the horrible pollution going, right? Okay. I'm gonna cut this microphone again and try something else, okay? 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. How is it now? Is it doing the things again? Oh, it is much better than now. Okay, I like that. Very good. Okay, I'm just going to get another microphone. Okay. I'm muting again. One, two. Test, 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 test. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, how is the sound now? Okay, so no pollution on this one? Okay, I'm gonna go and put this microphone on him, okay? Okay.
Right? And that's bullshit. We gotta call that out every time we possibly can. Because
when your peers? Does that impact your mental health? So when we talk about mental health and LGBTQ acceptance, liberation, can we talk about them as two different things, or do we need to acknowledge that they're intricately related? That one, yes, they're related. They're tied hand in hand to one another. So how about when it comes to things like toxic masculinity? How does toxic masculinity impact the mental health of men? Yeah? Yeah.
It like creates like a state of mind where a lot of times men feel pressure to act a certain way, be a certain way, and do certain things. And like that can be like the pressure to be like so hyper masculine all the time could obviously be incredibly stressful. And if you already are like predispositioned to like, if you already have like not exactly the best mental health, or you already are struggling with like a mental illness, it can be like a lot. I think.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not a man. I don't know.
Yeah.
But like as a non-binary, like I understand the pressure to be masculine.
Yeah. Thank you. I really that's you got it. You nailed it on the head. So when we think about toxic masculinity, I first think it's really important to acknowledge that toxic masculinity exists and is caused by a patriarchal society. It is not like a lot of the time there are folks who, when we talk about men's mental health, you need to take it from a feminist perspective. And if you don't, you need to sit down and shut up. Oh. So when I think about toxic masculinity, I say that it comes from a society that is so rigidly built around gender roles that men are socialized to be violent. Men are socialized to engage and replicate that violence on their children, on young boys through language like boys will be boys. And they're also taught to replicate, to enact that violence on their peers, on women, on non-binary and trans folks. We live in a society that constructs men as so violent, and that plays out in the intimate relationships that men have on a daily basis. Yeah?
Really affects like trans folks too, or non-binary people, because they're constantly like told like to have your gender like verified, that you have to dress super masculine when they're not necessarily comfortable with that.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, what was your name? Emmett? So Emmett was just saying that, like, so for trans folk, there's this huge pressure, especially for non-binary folks. Sorry, no, you were saying especially for trans men, to meet that hugely, like, hyper-masculinized stereotype, to strive towards what we consider to be, like, masculinity at its ideal, right? And that's hugely traumatizing to trans folks and to men. I'm seeing, again, a lot of hands. I'm conscious of the fact that I already probably have, like, 2 hours worth of content on these slides. So I'm going to see if I can bring it back. I will try to let you folks chat and have your voices heard at some point if that works. But I'm just going to be cognizant of time. I also have all week, so I'm going to be here, yeah. So the next slide, I want to get into the idea of what is the specific history of LGBTQ folks when it comes to mental health. And it's a history of trauma. It is a history of institutionalization and violence. You'll look up here and you'll see queer and trans folk historically have been classified as ill, as deviants, and they've been institutionalized. They have historically been literally put into places and said, hey, we don't want you. We're going to put you over there and not deal with you. And that's terrible. That's terrifying, right? We think of the fact that, like, folks like us years ago were thrown into these institutions and just deemed as unfit to interact with society. It's really unfortunate to say, those politics still influence how we treat LGBTQ folks when it comes to mental health today. Sure, we have moved away from the model where we call them sexual deviants to an extent, but it still happens. We still have this problematizing of queer and trans identities in our mental health system. Historically, homosexuality was classified as a sexual deviancy in the Diagnostic Statistics Manual. Please burn it. So for folks who don't know, the DSM is, to me, this really terrible creation. It's basically what psychiatrists and psychologists use to diagnose folks. If you've actually read through it and looked at it, it is so built around oppression. It is so invalidating because it problematizes things like your sexuality and your sexual behavior. It problematizes any substance use. It will go and say, hey, if you're not able to have relationships like this, you are wrong and it's your fault. It will take your behaviors and it will turn those, even if they are behaviors that you engage in with agency, that you choose to engage in, they will classify that as a disorder. And that is ridiculous and terrifying to me. Oh, again, the shivers. So when it comes to gender identity, there has been a big evolution, and I'm going to be honest, this is not an area where I'm an expert, so if folks do want to engage from the crowd, I encourage you to do so. I'm a cis dude. I've done my best to educate myself. I'm still working on that, and I'm still improving on that. So please, if y'all have info, share that info. Again, I'm not the expert here. You folks are. So the problem right now is that the gender identity disorder is classified right now in the latest version of the DSM. And the problem with that is that it almost always reinforces a gender binary. It very strongly encourages trans folks who are trying to access the therapy for their gender identity in any way, shape, or form that that might take to fit into this binary mold of male or female. It still pathologizes trans folks. It still places trans folks in a medical model that says, like, okay, transness is a medical thing, and that's all there is to it. When I think folks in the room know, trans identities are so much more beyond a medical perspective. And there can be, and it's valid that there be medical components to how you interpret and realize your trans identity, but it's beyond that too. And I think one of the things that we talk about that's really powerful in queer communities is the fact that you can have contradictions. You can say that, hey, for one person, transness means this one thing, and for somebody else, it means something else. And that's cool. For me, as a queer person, being queer means one thing, and for somebody 2 years or 50 kilometers over that way, or just next door, it might be understood as something completely different. And that's important. Queerness is about embracing contradiction and using that contradiction to liberate ourselves. It's about saying we don't need to be defined, we can resist that definition, and that resistance is liberation. Ooh. So I want to give a brief overview. Honestly, I'm not the hugest fan of this slide all the time because I think it's a little bit of a reductive perspective. But I do want to give a quick overview and give it a minute just to go through it, to acknowledge that oppression impacts not only queer and trans folks, but impacts other folks as well. It is built around mental health, and the negative consequences of oppression impact folks through classism, ableism, sexism, cissexism, heterosexism, and a whole variety more, racism, important one to include, colonialism, important one to include. It impacts us across all of these different spheres. When it comes to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis folks, there's an acculturization of stress. When you have trauma that's impacted upon a community, there's actually an impact that it has on your children and your children's children. When you create that trauma, like we heard from Blue Waters yesterday, it doesn't just go away. It impacts your children and their children and their children, and that is all rooted in colonialism. That is all rooted in the violence that was imposed on these communities. When it comes to queer and trans folks, isolation that we talked about, separation from family, and violent victimization. Newcomer youth, histories of trauma often occur. Income inequality, cultural misconceptions of mental illness, and Western models of mental illness that don't mesh with cultural understandings of health. We have this idea of a Western model of mental health that is medical, and that is really problematic when we try to impose it on communities that are not Western. Folks of color, newcomers, understand health differently than Western folks do, and that is amazing and cool, and there's power in that. And there's a problem when we take our understanding of mental health and mental illness and say, hey, we're going to ignore yours and impose it. So I think it's really important to acknowledge that when we talk about mental health, it is almost always Westernized. It is almost always this Western concept that is imposed on other communities, and we need to call that out, and we need to say that enough is enough. That's bullshit. When it comes to rural youth, through my work, I've had the privilege of really looking into this a lot lately. You know, I was doing consultations with communities across Ontario, and we kept hearing, like, rural youth can't get to services. Rural youth aren't being included. Rural youth are not able, like, a lot of rural youth still don't have access to Wi-Fi at home. They don't have access to cell phones. Imagine only having a landline at home and having a crisis line, and the only way you can call that crisis line is with your parents hearing it. That's terrifying to me. So there are a huge variety of barriers that are all built around oppression, that are all built around these systems that teach us that we have to be one way while we want to be another, and while we should be able to be another. So just to give a quick trigger warning beforehand, I'm going to give a quick snapshot of the state of LGBTQ youth mental health. This is, again, statistics-based, but it'll just talk really basically about some of the vulnerable or heightened risk that is experienced by LGBTQ youth. If you need to take a second to step out, that's fair, entirely valid. So when it comes to the mental health of LGBTQ youth, It actually is really scary. And this is honestly, like, it's terrifying to think of this and to think of how negative the mental health of queer and trans folks is because of the world we live in. LGBTQ youth are 14 times more likely, or more at risk for suicide than cisgender and heterosexual youth. That's terrifying to me. They are 6 times more likely to commit suicide, or sorry, to complete suicide. When it comes to, there was a survey done in Ontario by TransPulse a little while ago that said that 77% of trans folk in Ontario had seriously considered completing suicide. 45% had attempted. Beyond that, 25 to 40% of youth in Ontario who are homeless identify as LGBTQ. A lot of the time, that's because they are rejected from families that should be accepting them. And the reality is, a lot of the time, our shelters are really violent spaces for these folks. They're shelters that say, hey, you're not allowed to go, like as a trans woman, you have to go to the men's shelter. And that's terrible. And our shelters need to step up, and they need to stop problematizing trans identities. I don't really want to get into this again because of the fact that there's so much more. Sorry. Yeah. So, I love that. To give context, as of January 1st, is this in Ontario or? In Ontario, shelters for women will not be allowed to legally turn away trans women. Is the same true vice versa? Though I think there's still something to be said about creating shelters specifically for queer and trans youth, and that's something a lot of communities are working for, because guess what? Non-binary youth don't fit into those damn boxes. Yeah? So they were just saying that in BC and the greater Vancouver area, there is just one shelter, and it is for, sorry. Yes. So only, so that's amazing then. Yes. Okay. I was like, so only one of the shelters in the greater Vancouver area is not accepting and inclusive towards trans women. That is incredible. I wish that we were at that point in Ontario. What time am I almost out of time? All right, well, we'll speed this up a little bit. Sorry, folks. Yeah?
I'm going to try and make this really quick.
Yeah. Yes. Come chat with me after. I'll send you my PowerPoint. There you go. My email's up on the last slide. I'll leave that one up for folks.
Okay, so so this is going to be addressing how the homeless shelters will not let like trans men or trans women in there, and I think that's terrible because say a trans woman was trying to get into a homeless shelter, then they probably would not be accepted either way. Why? Because they don't fit in each of the boxes, because the other women don't accept them as an actual woman, and then the actual men don't accept them as actual men. So which way are they supposed to go?
Yeah.
Like you're not making it any better.
Yeah.
You just.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's no question there, so I'm like, hi. Thank you though, that was awesome. Okay, so my next slide is my favorite slide. Screw that. Screw this idea that, oh, wait, I jumped a slide. Oops. Our services are failing us. Stay there. So I talked about this really in a broad sense, but our services are failing LGBTQ youth. Our services are failing queer and trans folks in every way, shape, or form. They are still problematizing our identities. They are saying, hey, you're young, you don't really know what you're doing, and that's terrible. We should be validating trans folks and queer folks as they come forward and saying, hey, your identity is valid and meaningful, and that's that. So what I want to say to that is, screw that. I think that a lot of the time, and this is actually like really meaningful to me, a lot of the time we take this lens on queer identities and trans identities that is really negatively focused. And it's this idea that, you know what, like queer and trans histories are violent. They are filled with trauma. Queer and trans folks, you know, like the picture isn't great. We always see stories about bullying and violence in queer and trans communities. We see all of this literature that says, oh no, queer and trans folks are suffering. And there's this idea that, like the born with this way idea, the idea that we have to defend ourselves by saying, you know what, it's rooted in my biology. It's rooted in like who I am. It's almost like a scapegoat, and I'm way out of time. But it's this idea that we need to like get our backs up and defend ourselves for being queer and trans. Well, I want to say screw that, and I want to say that queer and trans identities are something that help us survive. They're a source of strength and power for us, and building strong queer and trans communities leads to positive mental health for queer and trans peoples. So because I'm conscious of time, I'm going to really quickly jump through the rest of my presentation because I do want to get through it. When we talk about the intersection between queer and trans identities and mental health, it's really important to talk about the community building that occurs in queer and trans communities. It's important to talk about the potential that is about the healing that occurs when queer folks have opportunities to connect with queer folks. I come back to the GSA Forum every year, not because they pay me, because they don't, but because it had to be said. No, I love you folks. I volunteer and I adore doing it. Very, very much so. But no, I come back to this every year because I get to see like the young folks that we engage go through the process of having a space, as I think it was Adam who said it during our support meeting. You know what? The GSA Forum provides a space for queer and trans youth to engage. Can you say it?
I don't even know what you call it.
Okay.
Said that it's a safe place for them to be who they are.
This is the GSA Forum provides a space that the rest of the world is supposed to be.
Yes.
So think about that. Through this week, through the years that I've come to this forum, I have seen folks come out of their shells in so many incredible ways. I have seen folks come out and have the courage and also make sure they have the right supports to go home and openly say, hey, I'm a queer and trans person, I belong here, and I have a right to exist. I really want to validate the amount of power that comes from community building for queer and trans youth. I want to validate the fact that through our communities, we can heal. Through services that acknowledge our identities, we can grow and become stronger and better people. To really get through it quickly, I want to talk about self-care. I know, yeah, I have a lot of PowerPoint slides. Okay, I'm going to skip to like quickly on activism. I really do want to reinforce the point, put yourselves first. You know what, we really don't like to hear, we hear that message, and we're like, yeah, I'll do it, and then we drain ourselves, we burn out. It is really important when you go back to your communities that you look out for your own mental health and physical health first and foremost. It terrifies me to think of queer and trans folks going back to their communities with this incredible passion, fighting for change, and not taking the time to look after their own health. As activists, it is more effective for us to look out for ourselves first and then help our communities, because we are best able to help our communities when we're able to help ourselves first. Look out for yourselves first and foremost. And then we're going to skip to my slide on get loud, get angry, be critical, but what about? So I want to encourage folks to call out the fact that our mental health services are underfunded. You know what? Like the reality is that wait times in Ontario were 6,000 youth in Ontario were on 1 year wait times last year. In 2016, that is estimated to go up to 12,000 young people on 1 year wait times. That is ridiculous to me. That is terrifying. When it comes to folks accessing services, I have spoken to too many queer and trans folks in focus groups and just in conversations where they've said, hey, you know what? My mental health therapist was crap to me. They problematized who I am. They said, hey, you should do this, that, and another thing, or this is what your identity is, go. That's not how our therapy should work. That's not how mental health should work. So I'd encourage you to demand real change, as we like to call it, when it comes to LGBTQ youth mental health. When it comes to mental health more broadly, fight for funding, fight for services. We talk a lot about stigma these days, and I think that's really powerful. But what pisses me off is that there's no opportunities for young folks like you to get angry about the fact that services are failing you. All that our agencies are doing is saying, hey, we're going to take these young people's stories, we're going to put them on a damn pedestal and let them share them. And that's empowering and that's amazing. And I don't want to take away from that. But queer and trans folks, young folks generally, are angry as hell because our services aren't there. Get angry. Fight for that change. Say, hey, you need to engage us in what we want to be engaged in. We need to fix this system. Help us be a part of it. So, conscious of the fact that I have no time, I'm going to skip the question slide too. I want to share a couple quick resources that are just like crisis lines. Youthline is amazing. Definitely recommend you check them out. And then my email. Do I have time for like 2 questions? I don't have time for 2 questions. I'm going to be here all week. I will also share my PowerPoint with you. I'm going to step away from the thing. I will be sticking around. I'll stick around after this. Come chat with me if you'd like to. Thank you all so much. I hope you all enjoy this and you're all amazing. Oh, no worries. Thank you.
Hi, Jay.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. And you?
I am wonderful.
Just to let you know, is it okay if I help you put it on?
Yep. Sure. I'm assuming that this just sort of goes on a pocket.
Yeah. And just to let you know, on the on it there is a mute button. Oh, it's snapped off.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it back on again.
No,
And I do
Zach,
it.
why? Here, I will try to fix that.
Okay.
How did you? Oh, there we go. All right, so just to let you know, there is a mute button on top. So if
Okay.
you ever need to have a private conversation.
So they introduced.
So Fred,
Promo about the GSA forums. Are you okay with anything to be videotaped?
Yes. Yes.
Like, would you like just a short amount, or would you like even longer
Oh.
that I share with you and maybe it could go somewhere?
I think I'm fine with whatever.
You're fine with that? Okay.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm going to try to
Sorry.
sort this out. Okay. Please help me put this on the outside of my pocket.
Outside of your pocket, sure.
Yeah. I'm sure that I should be able to do this myself, and yet I find myself
There we go.
unable to do so and getting my fingers stuck in the way.
I wonder if you just think John.
I want to
would you need anything else? Do you need the
I'm
chalkboard?
gonna make use of the chalkboard and sort of tool along there. And what is my timing at this point?
Sarah, in terms of timing, we would like to extend the time for Jay to speak, right? Because they are the last speakers for the session.
Yeah, you're gonna take your time back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just feels important to know now.
No, of course. Thank you for being mindful versus someone else.
It's hard, and it's
Yeah.
hard to figure out, like with questions and how long.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Could you do the Betty White room like this?
Yeah, I can.
Take a couple of minutes and like, you know, this I'm here for some time, yes? Okay, I would say like, if you need a couple of minutes to stretch, if you need a couple of minutes to chat with your neighbor, if you need to drop the roll down to the front, any of those things.
I'm gonna make that my cover photo on Facebook. Okay, so you're like doing the bend over. My dad's cover. Kidding. No.
Kind of like probably like
Oh, I don't know which one.
Is this your wife's Mother's Day gift? Nice. Well, no love driver. You need a bigger car there.
He's literally bigger than the car.
Y'all, I'm good.
10 out of 10. Living.
Want to see a picture of my dad?
Yes.
Their dad's great.
It's so
I'm not even surprised. You know what? I don't
Yeah, I did. I didn't do any stuff, but I was like, I talked about that. It's just like, so yeah, I'll do that one for my
If you did that, I like I would laugh because then you like you know I didn't appreciate that. Exactly. Also, like what if I just I know. I don't know.
I have the exciting and sexy topic of safety. Right? That was more exciting than who's really excited about safety at school? Right? Oh, I'm sorry. What I was going to say was, I bring it hard to muster up and yet we've had lots of legislation, particularly in Ontario, that talks about safety. We want to keep our kids safe at school. We have an act. We have school boards that get very excited about safety, safety, safety. And I really feel like sort of safety is a prerequisite. And I want people to think about things we've heard about safety in school, and instead use the word oxygen. So students should have access to oxygen at school. I mean it. Students should have access to oxygen at school. But I mean it in the same way that students should be safe, right? Nobody is getting excited about oxygen, right? No one's like, the local high school is providing oxygen. We're going to launch an oxygen plan. We have an oxygen strategy where we will, talk about oxygen in the future. We acknowledge there's not enough oxygen right now, right? If we acknowledge there was not enough oxygen right now, we would not be in the future. It's not okay. It can't be. This is happening right now. But I feel like when we talk about safety, schools have this idea that it's a good idea to be safe. But they don't necessarily have the idea that really safety is the start and that it's essential. And so sometimes I think it's useful to use the word oxygen instead of safety. Right? Are you safe in gym? Instead, try. Do you have access to oxygen in gym class? Right? Because if there's no oxygen, gym class is not happening. Are the bathrooms safe for everybody in the school to access? Is everyone able to access oxygen in the bathrooms, right? Because if there's no oxygen in the bathrooms, we need to close those things down and figure out a better solution. We're not going to wait. And I really think that sometimes some of the adults in our school buildings need to hear that level of direness, that level of urgency, that level of importance. Because otherwise it's like, yeah, safety. We talked about safety, it's really important. We have a crossing guard, a hall monitor, and we're going to act like those things make things safe.
It is muted. Muted. Better?
Yeah,
I am now unmuted. That feels dangerous. So I'm going to talk a bit about safety, but I really want to talk about safety as sort of our starting point, right? Like we're not going, great, you're safe. We're going, great, you're safe. Now what can you do? That said, can I get a show of hands? Who feels safe in whatever educational institute you are either in on a regular basis or were most recently in on a regular basis? Okay, I'm going to get people to put their hands really high, and I want other folks to take a look around the room. And if we're talking about safety as oxygen, there's an awful lot of us that are saying either we don't feel safe, or we haven't felt safe, or we don't feel safe enough. who cares that you don't feel safe enough? Right? Who is, okay, we've got some suggestions of people up here care that you don't feel safe enough. Can I ask the room, who cares that you don't feel safe enough? Okay, Jeremy cares. It's good. I believe you. You care that you're not safe enough. Absolutely. You care that you're not safe enough. Okay? You care that they're not safe enough. Thank you, because this list is sounding very short, and I'm feeling a little concerned about that. Okay. Yep.
Hopefully my mom.
Hopefully your mom. If you have a mom, hopefully yes. Not all of us have moms, and not all of us have moms that sufficiently care about our safety, but yes.
Honestly, I care about like literally everybody in this room, and I want all of you to feel safe.
Okay.
I care about everybody's safety in this room. I want us to move forward in society.
Great. Thank you. And one of the things I'm going to say about the I care part, and I think this is important for all of us in the room, is when we talk about safety and we talk about the Human Rights Code, we don't just talk about safety for the people who are like us or the people who we like and enjoy and see as being similar to us. We talk about human rights in some ways, most being for the people who are unlike us, who we may not agree with, who we may not like. And so when we talk about safety, and really I want to think of safety as the oxygen in schools, it is for all of us in the room, and also for the people who are not like us and who don't like us. And the Human Rights Code says that from their perspective, it's also for them and the people they don't like, which may or may not include us. There was another hand over here that I wanted to get. Great. So you and your dad, thank you. I'm going to assume that not everyone has read bios in the program. Is that a fair assumption? Okay. Yeah, you probably had other more interesting things to do. So I'm going to give you a little bit about who I am before I keep going. My name is Jay. I currently work for the Toronto District School Board in their Gender-Based Violence Prevention Office. So it means my full-time job is working in schools, and we work around a number of issues. So we address homophobia, we address transphobia, we address sexism, we address relationship behaviors, sexualized violence, and ideally schools are calling us in because they don't want these things to happen and they want to plan to prevent them. Although practically often schools are calling to say something bad has happened, please help. So that's the work that I do on a regular day.
Hi, sorry, I was just wondering what your pronouns were.
I tend to avoid pronouns if I can get away with it. I'm not actually a huge fan of pronouns for me personally. Other people are welcome to their own pronouns. My lack of fanness for pronouns is not about yours, it's about mine. I will use he and him if I have to have one, but Jay is a short little name. You could certainly use it in the same spaces that other pronouns might fit. So thank you. I have been working in schools for over 12 years now, specifically around sexual diversity and gender diversity. And sometimes I say, I've been working in schools long enough that the first time I came to a principal, he said, tell me why I should give you as a young gay man access to children. This was in a high school setting. After I'd been vetted by the board, after I'd had a police background check, after I'd been hired, why should I give you as a young gay man access to children? I've been working in schools long enough that when I first came out to a coworker as trans, they said, oh, so that means you want to be a woman. And I said, no, that didn't work out well. And they said, oh, so it means you think you're a woman. Like this was a better phrasing. And I'm like, no. So I feel like I've seen lots of change. I have done awkward things like be the very pregnant guy working for the school board, which is fun and exciting. And I've done pretty exciting things and got to work with a lot of people I feel pretty excited about. One of my favorite sort of early stories was I really believe this is everybody's work. And if we're going to talk about safety for people of all sexual orientations and all gender identities, which is all of us, we need to do it broadly. And so we were running a conference for the Halton District School Board, and Halton is west of here, and it's got a couple of suburban communities and then some rural communities in it, just to give people a sense of what that looks like. And it was a social justice conference. And I had my husband coming to do a performance because it's always nice to see the person you love on stage, and because he gives me a pretty good discount. And he was performing a piece called Clearly Marked. And in Clearly Marked, he talked about all the identities that are clearly marked on his body. So I would say, I've said that I'm queer and I've said that I'm trans. When I work in schools these days, kids often clearly read my body as fat. I spend a lot of time talking to elementary students about being fat these days, sometimes while they're petting me, which, please no petting. I talk about being Jewish, I talk about being white, I talk about being temporarily able-bodied, I talk about the different identities that I bring with me. And in his performance about being clearly marked, he talked about all of these, and he sort of wore the labels around his neck. And partway through, he discussed what it means to be transgender. And for rural and urban students in Halton, the staff were like, oh my gosh. They read the script the night before, having had it for about a month and a half, and they said, we can't have this performance. We can't talk about transgender here. Students won't know what it means. And I said, that's okay. Actually, he's very comfortable explaining it. The whole thing is about explaining identities. And the student on the committee said, actually, we watch after-school specials. We're really aware of what transgender means. And the staff still said, we can't do it. And I had to call up my supervisor and say, the committee has said that we can't do this, and it's the day before the conference. Do you want to read the script? And she said, well, do you think it's appropriate? I said, yes. And she goes, well, we're doing it then. It is now too late to change it. And so there's this moment in the audience as my husband says, if you have ever felt like the expectations on you for being a boy or a girl were not quite what fit your identity, you are transgender. If you have ever felt going into a bathroom that you might not be welcomed by other people in that space, you are transgender. If you have ever felt like the categories of boy and girl only give you two options and you are an option that is neither of those or both of them at the same time, you are transgender. If you are a woman who has been strong or vocal, if you are a man who enjoys being gentle or kind or engaged in childcare, you are transgender. And my husband, who's about the same size as me, skips through the audience like a giant transgender fairy, going, transgender, 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 to the people in the room. And not one parent complained. Which brings me back to this piece here. The staff who said, we can't do this performance, weren't concerned about the safety of the students. The idea that transgender people exist wasn't going to compromise the safety of the students. They were concerned about their safety. They were concerned about a parent phoning and saying, my child discovered transgender people exist at school today. There was a social justice conference and somebody talked about transgender, and I'm not having it. And at one level, I want to give room for that. The place I want to give room is, I think teachers feel very vulnerable. Lots of teachers can get fired for the nebulous term of breaching community standards, whatever that means. And so I think they are often scared about what parents, the imaginary parents, and it's never parents and caregivers, and it's never those of us who are living by ourselves, it's parents, might say or do. But on the other level, if this is our groundwork, if this is our baseline, if this is our oxygen, we actually need those people to take risks to make it possible. And sometimes I feel like this work is about helping the adults in the building who should already be doing this, make it happen for the rest of us. I'm good. Time check, because I'm suddenly. All right. So I've given a little bit about who I am. I come back to safety. I like to think of safety in several different ways. And I'm going to say I want to think of, when I talk with schools, I have to think of safety from the moment you walk through the door. The barriers that people encounter as they walk in the building. And I might talk about what happens in the office, which I think are often notorious locations of not being safe. I might think about what the built form of the building is. I might think about what the policy framework that supports things in the building are. And I might think about both staff training and staff behavior. If I talk about these, is this going to meet people's needs around safety? Like, are there people in the room who have questions that they feel don't fit into that framework? Okay, nobody is jumping. Okay, so I'm going to say policy. I'm going to say office. I'm going to say building or built form. I'm going to say staff training. I'm going to say staff behavior. Okay. Yep. Curriculum. Yep.
This is kind of included in both building and policy, but like access to facilities, like bathrooms.
I promise I'm going to talk about access to facilities, and absolutely bathrooms are an important part of that. And I do see it as both in policy and in buildings. Is it okay if I don't write it down if I promise that that's up there?
Well, I guess it kind of fits in everything but peers, and I guess even because schools reflect my community, and so usually your peers have used your community embodies.
Yeah. So I haven't put types of staff up there. I did at the beginning talk about some schools having people like hall monitors, which I feel like we can discuss whether that contributes to safety or contributes to unsafety in buildings, or schools that have police officers in them. And again, we can talk about, does that contribute to safety or a lack of safety in the building? I have not put that up as an individual piece, but would people like that to be up there, like staff roles? I'm seeing some people say yes. Okay. Any other pieces? Yeah. Anything to do with extracurricular stuff. Does that mean what's offered? Who can go to what's offered? Does that mean like
how you're protected, like how your safety is included in something outside of school, but still protected?
okay? Yep.
The resources in your school.
Mm-hmm. So the person said resources, and I would say that I think a lot about the hidden messages in resources. So I was recently looking at a book list of LGBTQ books for elementary students, and people were like, we've got this great list of LGBTQ books for elementary students. And I went through them and I looked at the books that talked about poverty, which there were 2 out of 144 books, because LGBTQ people, right? Like, I feel like we need to actually say that some of us live in poverty and include that in how we think about things. And then I looked at how many of the books in the overall list talked about people of color. And it was really disturbing to look at the low number, and the number was about 8%. But both of the books that talked about poverty were about Black people. And really thinking about what are the other messages that we have built into our resources. And so, yes, we want books that talk about LGBTQ people. Yes, we want books that talk about diversity of class. Yes, we want books that include people of color and not like the one person who's in the background. And not like we have Black people and thus that represents all people of color, because that happens in children's books all the time. But also, if all the people of color in the books are people in poverty, that's also a problem. Like, how do we make sure that those resources are offering safety to all people in lots of different ways? They have to be accessible. Now, when you say accessible, does that mean I need to not have a lock on the search engine on computers in the library? Is that around, yeah, what,
Like by resources, I mean like things like guidance counselors, like access to like medical things. That's more so in the community sense, but like
Yep.
in schools, it's really like guidance counselors, like safe spaces, like GSAs, and like adults who are comfortable like helping. Like adult mentors are really important.
okay. I absolutely agree, and I would also say adult mentors that have a good sense of your rights. Are people familiar? I'm going to totally come to you. Can I share one thing first? Okay, go for it.
And just like adding to that, and also adding to what you said about accessibility, especially to guidance counselors, and accessibility, knowing that your information is not going to be shared then by that guidance counselor. So like an agreement of confidentiality, because like that information can like put you at risk at your home and in your community.
Okay, so this is exactly what I was going to share. There's an organization called Justice for Children and Youth. Have people heard of it? And they have a phrase that I love and I want every educator to get good at saying. And their phrase is, children are independent rights holders. Children are independent rights holders. And what it means is, no matter what age you are, your human rights need to be protected. And I think sometimes schools in particular kind of act like people's parents and guardians have rights, and that the child or the young person doesn't have so many rights. And we need to help schools think about children and youth as independent rights holders. So, nationally, we don't quite yet have explicit protection around gender identity and gender expression. We have understood it to be read into the grounds of sex, so it's kind of there, but it's like stepped down. It's a little more difficult to find, but it is there. So we could say, our federal government has said every one of us deserves to be free from discrimination because of our gender identity and gender expression. We'd like it if they said it more clearly. We'd like it if they said it more loudly, but they have said it. Which comes back to that piece about confidentiality. If the child is the independent rights holder, if someone comes out to their teacher and that teacher goes and tells that to a parent and that child is now less safe at home, that child's right to be free from discrimination has been violated by the staff person. So I think it's really important that we help people think about, we are independent rights holders. We don't have to wait for somebody else to give us our rights. We've got them right now. Yeah.
If I can just interject, if people have like longer comments or questions, the standing mic works, although the wireless one does not.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give a little walk on over there. Keep going.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to start over here with policy. We'll come back to me to get to the mic. So I'm going to say we've got national policy, provincial, probably the school board or the institution, and possibly the school itself. I'm going to, just a moment. The thing for me with policy is, who's been involved in creating policy? Anyone? A bunch of us. I like policy. I think policy is important. I've also spent a lot of time in school boards that are really good at drafting very pretty policies and are very bad at implementing it. Right? We can have a very nice policy that doesn't do us a damn bit of good if it's not being actually implemented in the buildings we're in. And so what I want to say to decision makers around us, including us, is if we're drafting policy, let's draft an implementation plan. When we're writing policy, let's make sure we put money into it for training of whoever needs to be trained on the policy. Let's do a big fabulous launch. Let's make sure it's available. Let's print it places people can access. So we have probably 4 and possibly 3 frameworks of policy that may ensure our safety and may help that in a school setting. I'm going to stop about policy. Your question?
Not so much a question, actually, because the policy thing, I love policy. I like analyzing it. I like being part of the process. I'm not going to lie. I am a partisan. I am a member of the Liberal Party of Nova Scotia and of Canada. And I've been a part of party-wise, just drafting policy and conventions and other things. And it's a very great process. The thing that a lot of people don't understand about policy is that politicians don't care about it. And probably about 1 out of 100 days a year is when an MLA, an MP, an MPP in Ontario will sit down and analyze, all right, so this is something that we're going to do and we're going to change. And I think that bringing policy and bringing change is a good thing, but to do it, you have to do it in kind of a big flashy way that gets attention.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we're very, very good at, is getting attention. And I think that that's the first step. I feel, but where I was going was guidance counselors, because guidance counselors drive me crazy. I don't like my guidance counselors personally. And I have a lot to say that they don't have any real training when it comes. They do have training. They do have some training, but they don't have very, very serious training when it comes to dealing with people that have maybe gender identity issues. Maybe usually, if you look in most school boards, they're just teachers that are assigned to this and have gone through a 20 or 30-day training program. And I feel like the issue starts with the lack of education that people have on these issues. And I guess I'm kind of running in circles and answering my own question, so I apologize. But what, I guess, and you're the professional, what could be a way where we could start with these things, but take a step back and look at the way that these people are trained and how these people get to the positions they're in, either their staff, people who encourage extracurricular activities, the way staff have been trained to behave, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. There's a lot to unpack in that question.
Yes.
Can I actually back you up one moment? You said people who have gender identity issues. In my ideal understanding of things, the person who's like, what are you, is the person with the gender identity issue, right?
Yes.
All of us, we get to have a gender identity. Some of us have issues with that.
Yeah.
But I want to be clear, it's the person who's behaving inappropriately or saying inappropriate things with the issue.
May I just throw out there, though, and everybody in this room, I think I've said this 4 or 5 times now, I am coming from a place of a little bit of uneducation on the topic. So please excuse if I've said or anything in that regard.
I totally appreciate that. We all are, right?
Yeah.
I absolutely, I'm going to say I am 41. I hear about identities that I do not know well enough about on a fairly regular basis, and it's my job to do that learning. I have been doing that learning a long time, and I've still not got it all right down. It is my job to keep doing that learning, right? It's your job to keep doing that learning. It's okay to be learning. The hard is to keep getting better. Yes, I think absolutely staff don't get enough training. I think teachers don't get enough training in general. I think they have not been informed about a lot of these pieces. Sometimes I start with policy because I have a technique that I refer to as waving the policy around, which I literally mean waving the policy around. And my most effective example of waving the policy around was when my 6-year-old was born. And my 6-year-old needed a birth certificate because I needed a passport because we needed to leave the country. And in Ontario, the form has to be filled out by the mother. Right. I appreciate that facial expression. So my child doesn't have a mother, so I phone up the Registrar General to say, my child doesn't have a mother. Who can fill out this form? And I discovered that the legal language is the person who expelled the fetus. Right? There we have a romantic description of birth, right? The person who expelled the fetus. But I'm like, okay, it is in fact a gender-neutral phrasing, right? I can work with this. And then they say, and if it's not a mother, you have to go to one of our offices. Great, I say. Where are the offices? Well, there's one in Thunder Bay and there's one in Toronto. And I don't know if people are familiar with Ontario geography, but there is a lot of distance between Thunder Bay and Toronto. And there is a lot of Ontario where getting to Thunder Bay or Toronto can be really inconvenient, right? Think hours upon hours of travel, possibly days. So So it's okay. We will go to the office. We're relatively close to Toronto. We didn't live in Toronto at the time. We make the trek into Toronto, so it's me and my husband and our baby, who's, you know, about a week old at this point in time. And I took with me the Ontario Human Rights Code for the process of waving the policy around. And I think you're right. I think politicians often don't particularly care about it, and it's who's going to use the policy who cares most about it. And so then I stood in the Registrar General's office and spoke to the person at the wicket, who clearly was like, crap, I did not get training for this problem. So I'm sort of in some ways back to your training. And so he gets his supervisor to come over, and the supervisor had a similar face of like, crap, I have not had training for this. And then she phones Thunder Bay, because Thunder Bay is where head office is for the Registrar General in Ontario. And then there's like phone tag happening in Thunder Bay. Like they keep telling me they're now contacting somebody else in the office, right? So several people over. And I keep explaining that my rights are protected and that if I have to be listed as mother, it's going to require me outing myself on the form, and it's an identity that's not appropriate, and that's a violation of my human rights. They eventually send us home. They're like, it's kind of like a we didn't study for this quiz moment. But they phone back a day and a half later and say, okay, we can do this for you. We're going to send you a form to fill out on paper and send it back, and we'll make this all happen. They send me the form where they have literally crossed out the word mother in pen and written in father, and which I fill in and send back. And then they send me back an official birth certificate, which shows on it the in pen crossing off of the word mother and the writing in of the word father. Well, I mean, at one level, this is ridiculous. Like, why don't we have forms that say parents? Like, here's what the Human Rights Code says. But on the other level, it was a reasonable, to me at the time, version that made things happen. We need to provide the training as we go sometimes. And I often say in schools, we've already failed every student in the room because we're not meeting the oxygen requirement. It's not safe. We're going to learn a hell of a lot of advocacy skills as to how to make that happen. We're going to use the policy. Sometimes I think about it as remedial training. We are providing remedial training to the adults around us as we go. Particularly with guidance counselors, and I agree with you, there is a pretty big diversity as to what people have had made available to them. We need there to be more. We need to make sure that they know what their rights are. And my most frequent solution for advocating for yourself with a guidance counselor is go in with the solution you want. If you say, I can't take phys ed because there's only boys and girls phys ed, and the guidance counselor has to come up with a solution, who the hell knows what the guidance counselor will come up with as a solution? If you say, I can't take phys ed because there's only a boys and girls phys ed, and I want to be exempted from phys ed altogether, it's easier for them to say yes. If you say, I want to not take phys ed till grade 11, and then I'm going to take co-ed phys ed in grade 11, it's easier for them to say yes. So I feel like, yes, they need training, they need more training, they need remedial training, and in the meanwhile, we're going to use advocacy skills, including coming in with the answer we want already. I haven't fixed your training problem. I know that. I can't actually fix it in this setting.
It's a difficult question to answer.
Can I say that I honor the question? And yes, I absolutely agree that we are missing training.
And before we move on, just one thing. All right, because this is being filmed, I do have one guidance counselor I like. Her name is Miss Welsh. Just in case she ever happens to watch this, love you.
So, and I want to say that absolutely, I feel like because we're encountering humans, we're encountering a whole range of people, right? So we may have encountered great guidance counselors, may have encountered terrible guidance counselors. No individual guidance counselor is representative of the entire category. I'm still back on policy. I have 2 people at a question, Mike, and I think I have 9 minutes left. Let's go.
Mine's just short. I just have like a sort of reply to Adrian about training. Something in New Brunswick, we have an organization called PIMB, which is Pride in Education New Brunswick. And they've worked really hard on creating this like massive book with like tons of resources for LGBTQ educators, students, anything you need. Unfortunately, there is only one per school in New Brunswick, so that is sort of limiting factor. But they did provide training to GSA facilitators and guidance counselors within every school in New Brunswick, which is like one of the most progressive things New Brunswick has done for the LGBTQ community, especially for youth and young adults. So like if anyone in here is interested in like seeing a copy of that, or like you can get it online. And I think that's something really that could be really effective to sort of bring to your school and be like, this is what other provinces are doing. This is something you can look at maybe like teaching, have like a workshop or something with your staff. And it's something that like has everything in it that you could be looking for, that someone who is just newly learning could be looking for. So like you can talk to me, or you can come to me and I can give you my contact information, and I can send you an online copy of that if you're interested.
Thank you.
Does that work? Does that work? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. I can just talk really loudly. So I'm going to try and explain this as fast as I possibly can. I'm from Alberta.
Yep.
And the deal in Alberta is that since December, January-ish, we've introduced this legislation within our school system talking about, the trans kids and non-binary kids being able to use the washroom, bathroom, change room that they're comfortable with, basically talking about LGBTQ issues. And our local parents, like in my area specifically, which is north pretty much, 85% of the parents are against the guidelines and feel that their rights as a parent are being inflicted upon. And because of that, each school has to like submit back what their policy is going to be. Like they have to take the guidelines, which we got from Nova Scotia. Thank you, Nova Scotia. And like either agree to them to some extent. And because of this backlash, we're getting very crappy agreed to very little extent. And my question kind of is how do you, especially when talking about safety in schools, how do you deal with people feeling like, well, if my kid has to use the washroom with someone who's trans, they're not going to be safe. And that is one of their major arguments, is that their rights are being taken away and their children are not safe. We even have like a whole protest group called Protect Our Girls, which is ridiculous. But okay.
So
Alberta has this weird thing with parental rights. I don't know where they got it from, but they're obsessed with it.
So let's talk about bathrooms a little bit. The school board I work in, Toronto District School Board, our policy says anyone can access the bathroom for the gender identity they are presenting as, which is great if you match the two symbols on the doors, right? Acknowledging not all of us do. It also says best practices, schools should have available non-gender segregated bathrooms available to both students and staff in the buildings. What I often hear from schools, though, is we don't have money to retrofit a bathroom. Even when I explain that often retrofitting is I changed the sign on the door, right? Like this is not an expensive retrofit. Do you have a printer? Not kidding. Do you have a printer? I hear a lot from schools about, oh yeah, the non-binary kid or the trans kid can come to guidance and request a key and be escorted to the staff bathroom. And my favorite was the student had to come to guidance, wait until a guidance counselor was available, out themselves to the guidance counselor, who then walked them through the room where the records were kept, allowed them into the bathroom, stood on the outside of the door while the young person used the bathroom, because there's nothing as comfortable as knowing the guidance counselor is listening to you pee, and then walk the person back out again because they were in the confidential records room. And I had to say to the school, this is actually not a solution, right? Like this is not working well for the student. So when we get pushback from parents, my favorite thing to offer those parents is that they can request accommodation for their student. If their student feels uncomfortable using the bathroom with other people, and being as we do not know the trans or cis status of other people we're using the bathroom with, we're just going to say other people generally, their student could make an accommodation request and explain why they need access to a private bathroom. And the school may be able to offer that to them. Which if the parent is really concerned about their girl's safety, we have now offered them a solution which says your child can pee in a bathroom entirely by themselves with nobody else there. Strangely, this does not often help the parents feel better about the situation, and then they have to acknowledge that that wasn't their problem to begin with. If it's staff bathrooms, we need to say to schools, you need to issue keys to the students who are accessing the staff bathrooms. If you are issuing keys, and I say this because I've had to say this to schools like this, to charge the student a key deposit when you do not charge the rest of your student population a key deposit to access the bathroom is discrimination, right? You need to give the student a key so the student can go to the bathroom by themselves. I'm totally going to come to your question. Can I finish my rant first, and I promise I will get there. I have a lot of conversations with the people who are resistant to the idea that people like me might use the bathroom. And sometimes I phrase it like that people like me might use the bathroom. Sometimes I need to remind them that we already have a lot of experience using bathrooms with people whose genitals we are unfamiliar with, right? Those of us who've used stalls are probably unfamiliar with the genital configuration of the people in the other stalls. Probably that's not worried us too much. I have used ungendered bathrooms on trains, on planes, in my very own home. I know it sounds ridiculous, but sometimes you need to remind people about how ridiculous it is, right? Like, probably they have too, and probably that went just fine. We do not have any legal record of trans people using bathrooms to harass cis people. We don't, because that's not what's happening, right? We do have some legal record of cis people, most often cis men, coming into bathrooms to harass people who they've decided should not be in there for whatever particular reason. And yet, we do not have a giant parent pushback about why are we allowing boys and men in school to use the bathroom. Sometimes I remind people that there is nothing magical about a bathroom door. If your intent is to harass people in the bathroom, you walk through the door, right? You don't dress in a way that is not true for your gender identity. You don't think about, how is my hair in this moment of harassment? You walk through the door. Our bathrooms have been protected only by a door for an extended period of time. This is not changing that level of security on bathrooms. And sometimes that surprises parents and they pause at that moment to think about, okay, that is true. It is often about helping people think about, all of us need safe access to a bathroom, including your child. This is not some magical program that just matters for trans people. And I think about how many people get asked whether or not they belong in bathrooms, trans or not. I think about how many people I have met who told me that they leave school and go to a corner store to go to a bathroom, and how that impacts their education. And sometimes getting a parent to think about, what does it mean if you have to walk 3 blocks to a local community center to use a non-gendered bathroom and then come back to school? Are you being marked late to class? Are you being marked absent from class? That I have literally met people who have dropped out of school because there is no safe bathroom access. And often the parents making these complaints cannot imagine that that's the real risk to people. Sorry? I don't want to have to keep having the fight, but I feel like we do keep having the fight. I'm also going to say we've had a couple of schools in Toronto who have opened multi-stall non-gendered bathrooms and not had any problems as a result. So our notion that women and girls are safe because they're in a bathroom with only women and girls, or that men and boys are safe because they're in a bathroom with only men and boys, is really an idea that's stuck in a lot of sexism. People are safe in bathrooms when people behave in appropriate ways in bathrooms. How do we get people to behave in appropriate ways? How do we talk about what people are doing in the bathrooms and not what people look like in the bathrooms? And for a school to say, we will actively follow up on any complaints. We will actively take action on anyone who is behaving inappropriately. And yes, absolutely using the mirror and applying makeup as an appropriate use of a bathroom. Like, it's not just, use the toilet, wash your hands and leave. But I think that's part of the conversation, and it's a fairly lengthy conversation. Does that help at all? Okay, you had something. Somebody down here, I think, had something, and then you had something. Yes. Can I ask you to come to the mic so people can hear you? And I understand that particularly folks requiring translation into French need us to use the mics.
Our school gives us the option to use a bathroom in the staff conference room, or else to be walked across the entire school from that conference room to a spec ed bathroom, which has to be unlocked and then relocked by the staff. And either that, or you can use the gender that is on your birth certificate.
So
even if you are not out, like even if the school, like
Yeah.
you, like I just switched schools, so I went to that school, and everyone at that school knows me as male, but they gave me the option to use that staff bathroom or to use the female bathroom. And so that's creating a place where I either have to out myself
Yeah.
to everyone in that entire school or use the staff bathroom, which isn't really that.
So if I came back to safety, I really feel like whether or not we out ourselves about any identity is our own business.
Yeah.
We can choose to be private about our identities, and it's not being secretive, it's being private,
Yeah.
or we can out ourselves. I would describe what you are saying as a violation of your human rights
Yeah.
because you are being forced to disclose your status as you get marched across the school.
Yes.
In Canada, our provincial education acts are overruled by our provincial human rights codes. Sometimes I have to remind schools of this. I don't know if this is helpful. I don't know how much noise and fuss you want to make about it.
I will make a lot. I am down for that.
But I think it's really useful to remind them that our provincial human rights codes supersede our provincial education act. I'm back to policy again, aren't I? Because you need a safe place to access the bathroom, and they are potentially putting you at risk. And it is discriminatory because they are not making students who feel they can use the existing bathrooms in the school go through the process you are going to in order to access the bathroom. Yeah, I sort of want to say like strength and make complaint. And this is both where we fail and both where we learn amazing advocacy skills in the process. And I'm sorry that that's what's happening.
And like the parents' argument isn't even that valid when they complain about there being gender neutral washrooms in schools, not just schools, but in public. Because like I have a younger brother. My mom's usually the one that takes us out. For like the longest time, it's like if we were not allowed to have people in separate washrooms, my like little brother could not go into the women's washroom and my mom could not go into the men's. So if he needed to use the washroom while we're at the mall, then we're kind of stuck there being like, well, what do we do? Because it's not for the children's safety anymore, because now I have a small child that I cannot go into the washroom with or cannot come into the washroom with me or my parents. And we're just kind of stood there like, well, what now? So like gender neutral washrooms are for not just trans kids' safety, but everyone's safety, like families with small children.
I think they're for everyone's safety. I also would say they need to have changing tables in them, right? Because I go a lot of places where the women's have changing tables, and I think really, yeah, thank you. Can I just check in? Time. 4 minutes.
It's
Okay.
really, really quick. So my school's been lovely with providing a gender neutral washroom. However, it's like a single stall. And I've asked what the process would be to get like a multi-stall washroom that could be gender neutral. And it's been like 3 months. And it appears that they don't really want to comply with that for the safety of students. But how would I go about getting more information on how my board would deal with that? By the way, it's Halton District School Board, if that matters at all.
Please talk to me afterwards. I can probably connect you with some staff who may in fact be helpful in that matter,
Okay.
Who are school board central staff and not individual school located. I think schools always like to know that somebody else has done this and it's gone well. Schools are often very conservative, so being able to say it's happening elsewhere and working well is helpful. Sometimes I've worked with students where we've created maps of how far someone has to travel to get to a bathroom in the school building. And if there's only one non-specific bathroom, it can really mean quite a lot further to get to it.
It takes about 5 minutes from like any given class, and it's like 10 minutes from a portable.
Right. And what does that then cost that student in terms of loss of educational time? You have to use the language they like. So we're concerned about loss of educational time. Yeah, please connect with me afterwards.
Okay.
Because there's folks we should connect you with.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. It's like a question and a concern at the same time. Our school just is planning to build a new school. We got the plans for it, and they needed since I'm part of the school council, they asked me to come to give that one student voice within to it, like what are we going to paint the lockers, what color are going to be the walls and stuff like that. And we had a panel of people, the administration members, a couple parents, and one student. I was the one student, and I asked for gender neutral washrooms to be installed into the plans of the school, and I got laughed at really hard, and parents didn't understand what it was, so I had to explain it, and I just kind of gave up. So now that's something that is not happening anymore. But I need to do we have the right to? Because if I want to keep on going with this, which I really want to, I just don't have the resources for it, and I don't know if I have the right or anybody has the right to have a gender.
So, when you say, do I have the right to? What I would say is everyone has the right to access a bathroom appropriate for their gender identity. And that's how the Human Rights Code is written provincially. In Ontario, and federally, because we're protected under the grounds of sex, they read gender identity, gender expression in. So you could absolutely say, we have students in our school who are non-binary, who are NB, who have an identity that is not male or female. And so offering bathrooms that are male or female effectively mean that these students do not have a bathroom that matches their gender identity.
The thing with that is because at our school, we don't have that poster child. So they think that it doesn't exist because there's no one here that says it very vocally.
So I feel like I have spent a lot of time reminding schools that sometimes they don't have that student because that student has not felt safe to come out to them. And their ongoing failure to provide a bathroom that would accommodate this student's needs is an ongoing statement that it's not safe for that student. When we are building schools, I think we need to encourage schools to think about universal access, right? So if we were building this room, we might not want to build these stairs in here because if you are someone who uses a wheelchair, these stairs are a barrier. We didn't have to build stairs. That's a building choice somebody has made. When we are building bathrooms in schools, retrofitting schools, like we're not building new bathrooms to add them on. Putting them into the built plan is absolutely a great way of doing it. I would say you have the right to ask. I don't think they have a legal obligation to provide them for you if you are personally not going to use them, but I would say I think they have a moral obligation to provide them.
Thank you.
Help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get cut off. I'm getting the cutoff signal. Okay. I can stick around. Where I would like to leave people with is in some ways the other end of where I started. So I spent a lot of time reading stories to elementary students and particularly primary students. And when we read fairy tales end with, and they all lived happily ever after. Nobody says they all lived safely ever after, right? Because safety is not the goal we want to have. They all lived happily ever after. And I want to really encourage people to think about safety is the baseline of what our educational institutions owe us. How do we help them get from I'm thinking about safety to I absolutely must protect everyone's safety and need to help people get to the happily ever after? Because our happiness matters, our sense of selves matter, the ability to celebrate who we are matters. And as long as we're still talking about safety, we are not at the point of celebration and happiness. And I really want us to get to those other two pieces. So thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So sorry.
So sorry.
Okay, folks. Hey, I know we've been in here for a really long time, and I know that we're about 20 minutes over time right now. If you're upset about that, please blame Zach, who used up 20 minutes of Jay's time, and it was only fair to let Jay have that time back. But we have some quick announcements for you, and they are really important. So I have been asked to tell you that Cole at dinner is going to be helping everyone out with their workshops for the next 2 days. So if you don't know what workshops you're in for the next 2 days, if you've forgotten what workshops you're in for the next 2 days, if you never registered for workshops, you're going to see Cole at dinner tonight. Also, the body positivity workshop that is tomorrow is a closed workshop for Black, Indigenous, and people of color only. So if you don't identify as that and you've registered for that workshop, it's a mistake that has been made, but just go see Cole and you can register for a different workshop instead. If you don't understand what those terminologies mean, then you can see Cole and Cole can explain it. Really quick question?
Yeah, that does count for white passing people or Indigenous people too, right?
Yes, if you are white passing, but you are still a person of color, you can absolutely go there. They're not going to look at you and kick you out, which is why we're just telling you now. Again, if you have questions, Cole can answer them. Yes. Mixed race people also count as people of color. Yes. Is there a question in the back? No? Okay, perfect. Also, there has been a workshop cancellation. So Rosalind's workshop tomorrow.
Rosalind Foster was on the panel.
No, Rosie.
Rosie canceled too?
The person. Oh, is it Rosalind Forrester?
Yeah.
Not- Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind. There's 2 Rosies coming tomorrow. One is just on a panel, so there are no further cancellations. Okay, great. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Jeremy for the remainder.
So I have some huge news. The person who invented the rainbow flag is in a TV show that's filming in Vancouver right now, is going to be on ABC next fall. It's part of that legacy of like including queer and trans people of color, and Harvey Milk and his friends. So they're making a movie and they're donating a flag to the center. So he wanted to let all of you know. He was so inspired by the Twitter, so he was like, I think I'm going to donate a flag to you folk so you can have it for next year. The other thing is I actually just got it. So this is confidential. So this is actually should not leave the room, although it's probably going to be the worst kept secret until Tuesday. But Tuesday, as you know, is the International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. We actually hate the words homophobia and transphobia. We actually prefer the words heterosexism and cissexism. So Tuesday is the International Day Against Heterosexism and Cissexism. And we are super excited that we are going to be invited to join the Minister of Justice in making the announcement to put the bill forward to add gender identity and gender expression to the Canadian Human Rights Code. So Daily Extra didn't know. Well, Daily Extra said they expect it'll be out before then, but they don't have a confirmed date. We actually got the invitation to the party, so and they didn't. And Zach, if you want to follow him on Twitter, will be tweeting from the CCGSD, not his personal site, because he will be going as a board member and he will be representing us at the event along with other folks. So we're just going to figure out who's going to go. So please follow them in the future. 2 last announcements. One, it has come to my attention. Well, first off, this is a learning space, right? This is also a safe space. And when we enter a learning space and a safe space, sometimes we let the walls down. And by that, I mean, I was a loser in elementary and high school. And by that, I mean, I didn't have any friends. And because I didn't have any friends, I never developed healthy social relationships and I blurted things out. And sometimes I would be around people who I recognized had some of myself in them. And I'd be like, oh my God, we have shit in common. I love you so much. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I want to be with you. I want to just like, can we be best friends? Oh my God. So you're bisexual. Does that mean you're pansexual too? What's between your legs? Like, and I would blurt out really inappropriate stuff that was meant from a place of learning, but may have crossed the line on safe space or may have disrespected some of those people around me. In fact, my first experience in university was going up to a friend of mine well, a new friend of mine and reaching for her dreadlocks. And if you know what that means, it was a very disrespectful thing to do. And if you don't know what that means, this is a learning opportunity for you to Google it. But here's where it gets tricky. In a space like this, we want to ask as many questions as we want. But in a space like this, we have to demonstrate a little bit more compassion and consideration. And by that, I mean, if we hear someone beside us say something that's maybe not the most appropriate way of asking that question, or maybe not the most appropriate question to ask, we need to be respectful to that person. We need to let that moment happen. And then we need to call them in after. Because I'll tell you something, when people called me out and made fun of me and yelled at me, I got super defensive and I didn't want to learn. But when people called me in and said, look, you know, you're part of the family, you're part of the queer and trans community, you're an ally, you're an educator, you have knowledge and you're valued, but how you approach the situation could have been better by doing this. That was better received. So please take a moment to consider that as we treat each other, because it's super important that as we let those walls down and as we treat each other, that we always treat each other with respect. The last thing I just wanted to say was that we're doing the filming for the stuff in here. Is just a show of hands who's, oh, okay, then that's happening. So if you're part of that, please stay after this is over. Jay Wallace is just going to be in the hallway. Registration for talent shows outside with Jess. If you have any questions, let us know. Yes, question, go. Dinner is in the Manor tonight, the big fancy room. If you're not sure where that is, look into your programs. Read them. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Yeah, do it.
What's that? Thank you. She misses me way too much because she's never even been like this ever.
Wait a second.
Yeah, we should. Okay, let's not stand right here. Let's not stand right here. Sorry. Oh, that wasn't aimed at you. That was aimed at like. We're kind of having a moving discussion. Okay, and everyone else too. Okay. I got it. I'll get us registered. You do that. It was like a team break moment and you missed it. Oh. I have a step back.
I don't.
Thank you.
I got a t-shirt that I cut into a pencil shirt that says my name is as in like the name tag.
Yeah, but like my like step back is like more of like a
Had I known this beforehand, I have like the most like ridiculous frat boy outfit ever that I got. So, like, yeah.
I got you.
I just, my question was. No, for a lack of knowledge. I'm 16. So like,
I will be.
Alright, you're right.
Okay, cool. So next with Shelly and
What I was saying is, it's very cool.
It's Friday the 13th.
It's here, it's because at that age, you don't know the nature of what you can. So it's very cool that that person's vaccination. That's all I was saying.
And you're more than welcome to call on the national. If you need a member of the information. And if you're more than welcome to decide to help them out. And you have my email. Person on camera, I was thinking person.
Oh, right, on the camera. So that makes sense, doesn't it?
Dave would like. Oh. Is my handwriting?
So, but yeah, I was looking for. It was great stuff. And I worked out
There is,
yeah. And Alicia, you know Alicia? Yeah. Oh.
Barry has just.
Yes, I have already.
Oh my God, where's my microphone? Where's my microphone? Oh, maybe this is it.
But anyway, yeah, no, part of our. Because we lived in a small town, and it was difficult to find. And she got through it. Really tough. Yeah, that's all I
I gotta go. Or I get
Friday morning. There you go.
I think I am.
And you know what? I actually won't go to. The thing is, but so I just do it just for I will go, but I will not participate.
Where can you wait?
We can wait outside in the hallway.
Sure.
Cool.
And then I think she wants to go first. Jeremy, is it all right with you? I want it to look kind of academic.
Max wants to go first. He wants to go first. And then Brandon might also have to go.
There it goes.
Brandon by like. Look, I bought the buttons for a reason.
You're awesome.
I know.
I just want to be there with
You can
some.
do Brandon second. That would be awesome.
All right.
So everyone else, if we could go outside the hallway and just wait to be called in.
I was thinking of having, look sort of academic, so that in other words, someone's gonna sit there and there's gonna be no seats. Yes, I'm gonna change it.
Yeah, for sure. You don't need 5 minutes hold in the hallway. No, literally isn't.
So.
Do we put them in tomorrow?
Oh,
Oh, no way. Oh, yeah, no, I'll be there. Yeah, oh, yeah, no, of course, I'll be here for sure.
Thank you for everything.
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta get going. I'm sorry. Just quickly. Oh, are you gonna be doing it?
Well, last week.
But as soon as you come in, I'll have you do it. It's okay. Don't worry.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Stand outside with them to see Jeremy. Don't go too far away. And you're next to Brandon?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So Max, if you sit here.
Too many things going on.
Oh. Thank you. Just be aware that everyone has local money.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Kai?
I'm good. But I thought it earlier. But,
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Everything is just fine. No one here is going to be so upset that they can't.
oh, even after your loss.
So, I don't really know why, but apparently from one day to another, there's lots of issues. I don't know what it is. I wonder if it's the Wi-Fi. But anyway, I fixed it for today. Okay. I'll double test it tomorrow.
Alright. And then,
It's really annoying.
Back, are almost done. I almost call you Trevor, but that's not your name.
No worries.
Alright, yeah, I mean,
So you get, yeah, I'm sorry about that.
no, that's a tech problem, not your problem.